Morning, all.
Morning, everybody.
And to think we could have all driven over and bought a ticket and walked up and watched that yesterday at 4:40 in the afternoon.
Yeah. It's 50-50, though, right? Or is he at 51-51?
He's at 51-51. He
hit you. Got 3 and 2, right?
Yeah. $15,000 there to see it. Six of 6, 10 ribbies. Unreal.
10 ribbies. 10 ribbies. First off, after hitting 3 home runs, the fact he could steal 2 bases. Hey, good for Jets fans. Been through hell.
They were so loud last night. My wife came out of the bedroom and I was standing underneath one of the rear speakers because we have the speakers up in the ceiling. And she started looking around like, what the? And I'm like, no, that's the surround sound. That's just Jets fans chanting. She's like, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you've had a great week, and let's end it in style, shall we? Hope you got plans for the weekend, and if you don't, I hope it just all comes together, and, well, it's just awesome. We need awesome weekends to keep charged up, keep going.
David, we have football all weekend. We have awesome weekends.
Well, but if your team loses, I mean, that's a big punch to the gut. I mean, sometimes, that affects, how the weekend goes. How did the weekend go? They lost. Some people, that's it. That's if you base your weekend around how your team did, like Jets fans, oh my goodness. They're like at a Broadway musical right now. I mean, honestly, you could literally see them skipping down the street. They're so damn happy.
They are. You are right, man. They were a chanting fool last night. That was a loud crowd for 24-3. They were making some noise.
Well, I will say, having been there for the September 11th season opener last year, Jets Bills, that place, because it doesn't sound like old Giant Stadium, MetLife. It doesn't. But that place is as loud as I had heard it since the stadium opened. All right. The pregame and Rodgers running out with the flag, and they were ready. And think about it. This is the first home game since. And he looked like Aaron Rodgers. Uh-oh. If you're the Bills, I mean, the Dolphins have to get up off the mat after Tua here. But if you're the Bills, you look at that tape and you go, ruh-roh.
Get right game for the Jets. Many of us didn't think New England had much, but they'd given a lot of effort in their first couple of games with a win over Cincinnati and a close loss against Seattle. Last night, a get-right game for the Jets.
The Patriots had 40 yards in the first half. 40.
Sounds about right.
No.
They had 160 for the game.
Yeah, and then if you include the sacks, I think it adds up to like 139. Yeah, and the Jets had 7 of those suckers. That's pretty good for a team that didn't have a pass rush. Well, at least Drake May got in, got his feet wet. That'll stir him up for a week and a half. Hey, should we start him? Whatever. But good for the Jets. They're 2-1. They got some winnable games coming up. All right. They could be 4-1. Won't be easy. Titans are, who do they have next? And then they've got the Vikings in London. But we said when the schedule came out, if they're what they say they are and what many think they can be, they're probably 4-1 hosting the Bills on Monday Night Football. And they're halfway there.
And after last night, it looks like that's a distinct possibility because they looked good albeit against a bad team, but they looked very good last night.
And a bad team that was down 2 offensive linemen. And that we've already seen, Mark, the impact of Thursday Night Football. Guys who cannot go on Thursday, who might have been able to go on Sunday. We're seeing it already. 3 Thursday night games into the season. The first one didn't count because it was the season opener. We've seen it the last 2 weeks. People unable to go because of not enough recovery time. But you know where I was last night. I mean,
I know exactly where you were. And it was a fun night. I've got the third TV out for football season. Usually the wife makes me put it away during the week and it comes back out on the weekend. I just decided not to pay any attention to that. And I've left the 3 TVs out. So I had a college football game on one TV. I had the Mets and the Phillies on the other TV, and I had the Jets and Patriots. I was in heaven with 3, different sports, if you will.
And Mark, once again, as I said, all right, take South Alabama and the 7 points. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, that's not
take
what
App
I
State
said.
and lay the points.
Right, because South Alabama's not any good.
Right.
So they beat like an NAIA school last week, and but otherwise they were 0-2, and they looked terrible.
Who knew Northwestern State was their get-right game when they won like 81-0 or something like that?
Wow. Not many people go into App State and kick App State like South Alabama did. My goodness.
They whooped them right
Sure
from the word go.
did.
First play was like a 60-yard read option, and they never let up from there.
So, well, I have to admit, in a really strange, perverted way, this makes me feel good because I had been money to some degree on giving away the free picks. But, the ones that I got to put money behind, the ones I got to put my name behind, the ones we keep track of, terrible. So, after giving away 2-3 winners for free and getting no credit for it's nice that App State fell on their face. I said, oh, good. Let's get a couple of these out of the way before I got to make my picks.
Don't kid yourself. You also, and I was right there with you. We both took the Jets,
Patriots.
but took the points
Right.
with the Pats.
Did get the under right, though.
Right.
Did get the under right.
So one out of three last night.
Right, which for
Good
me,
night at the plate if we're playing baseball. If you're betting, it's not as good of a night.
Mark, if you've seen my picks this year, 1 out of 3, I'm skipping like the Jets fans are to work this morning. 1 out of 3. That's improved my winning percentage right there. So there you have it.
Well, I'm in a great mood because yesterday there was day baseball that was more important to me than your night baseball. And the Twinkies keep on losing, David.
Boy, they do. I mean, the talk 2-3 weeks ago, our former producer, Trent, he went back home to Michigan, as many of you know, and he actually started producing, which was not the intent when he left. He had another job lined up. He ends up now producing the morning show on the Michigan Sports Network. Well, Matt Shepard is the host of that show, who had been the television voice of the Tigers for the last half dozen years. He's not this year. But Matt's got baseball on the brain. And Trent would send us texts going, oh, for goodness sakes. He's talking about baseball again. Does he know that the Lions are like a darn near preseason favorites to go to the Super Bowl? I mean, that we got Michigan and Texas coming up. I mean, oh, my goodness. And I'm like, well, it happens. Just try to work in some football talk. Now, oh, my goodness. You got to lead that show with the Tigers, for goodness
Damn right.
sake.
That is a diehard Tigers town and state, and they have not had much to root for that team in quite a while. So trust me, the Tiger fans will be out in full force, as now they got 3 with the Orioles on the road, and then they host the Rays and the White Sox to finish the season.
And next thing you know, the Twins, who seemed assured of a playoff spot, and now they're tied with the Tigers. They do own the tiebreaker, but their schedule more difficult. They've had some injuries. Twins have had injuries for 4 years. And but this time, though, it seems to be taking them down with it. Hey, I'm just curious. Did anybody listening, and I mean anybody, did anybody just take a drive across the alley or south on I-95 or north on I-95, or did anybody attend the Marlins-Dodgers game of little 4 o'clock, get out of work a few hours early? Ohtani, Betts, Freeman,
Ohtani.
Ohtani.
My goodness. A football score as a final, as the Dodgers put up 20.
He put up 10.
He put up 10. 6 of 6. 3 home runs, 2 doubles, 10 RBI.
10 RBIs. He drove in 10 runs.
Yes. Stole 2 bases, too.
That's a really good week. For some players, that's a month. Do you know Ohtani, last night there were 12 games. Ohtani by himself, went 10-0-2. I say that because, I'm sorry. All right. No, he would have lost to the Braves. The Braves scored 15. Okay. The Mets scored 10, and he tied the rest of his Dodgers. So he went 9-1-2 last night, if you would, going against the rest of Major League Baseball by himself.
An exclamation point on the 50-50 season last night. 6 for 6 with 10 ribbies.
It was cute what had been going on in the last couple of weeks. Baseball writers have been talking about, can you give the MVP to a DH? And, there are some other players in the National League that, are more worthy. And then one of them they brought up was the Mets shortstop, Francisco Lindor, who's having a great year. He is. And he's probably one of the 3 best defensive shortstops in the game still. And he's hit over 30 home runs as a shortstop. I mean, he's having a hell of a year. Okay. But I mean, can we be serious? The guy's 51 homers and 51 steals, for goodness sakes. I mean, come on. And by the way, he pitches.
I had too much to do to go, but when you're watching this unfold and you're getting the notifications, I'm going, really? Really? Couldn't have had mom take the daughter to gymnastics and I couldn't have drove over yesterday? What was I thinking?
Wow. 3 homers, 2 steals. Well, let's see. Total bases were what? 16, 17? Because he had 2 doubles and a single, right? He
Right.
had 6 hits. So he had 12, 16, 17 total bases last night.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, do you know the Red Sox had 1 hit? The Rangers had 2 as a team last night. Hit 6, 17 bases, 10 runs. Hey, any truth to the rumor the Marlins signed that Mighty Muscles catcher who was giving the pitches away? Detroit Paula with that one in the Twitch chat room. That's the kind of snark we're looking for at this hour, Paula. Way to go. Way to go.
Historic afternoon in Miami for Ohtani.
Wow.
15,500 roughly at the game.
Right. Oh, yeah. No, they're for a Thursday matinee. And it was a late afternoon one, too. The best time. Miller and Moulton. So Lee Sterling will make his picks. He's been 60+%, 2-1 on his games of the week, 2-1 on his 40-unit plays. He's having a good year. He'll join us coming up at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan, at the top of our 8 a.m. Eastern hour to go through all the NFL games. Got another good show lined up for you. We've had a good week. Hope you have as well. Let's end it together in style, shall we? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So there's a lot of mice in the studio. There's a mouse for four different computers, and there's one cordless one. That's the one for the commercial computer. As I'm doing the countdown, I look down. I always keep it right in front of me, and I look, and it's not there. And I'm like, Where the hell's the mouse? I need this to get to commercial break. Had a small panic there.
I saw that. I was like, huh, what's going on? Oh, we got to Otani pretty quickly, DC. What do you got there?
Chuckles the Clown. The Mary Tyler Moore Show, the funeral.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Lee Sterling with his picks in about 40 minutes' time on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Thanks so much for being with us as we broadcast live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. So, what are you most jacked up for this football weekend?
Well, a couple of things. I'm very much looking forward to the Oklahoma-Tennessee game. because I think Tennessee is legit, and I want to see them go on the road. Oklahoma's been struggling. They've been told how bad they've been playing, and that game intrigues the hell out of me. But the game you're at, USC's Big Ten opener, is Michigan going to revert back to what they were before Harbaugh? Are they going to go into a 8-4 rut, or are they going to get themselves back together after playing lousy against Texas and show that that defense has a little bit more there, that their running game has a little bit more there, and that maybe USC's defense isn't all it's cracked up to be? They think they've made improvements. How many improvements have they made?
Well, they're much better coached on defense. Plus, they brought in 4 transfers, 2 of them from UCLA, as they brought in the whole UCLA defensive staff. So it is odd to see USC as a 5-point favorite in the Big House, isn't it? I mean, this game during the offseason was probably Michigan -6. I mean, it's got to be a 10, 11, 12-point turnaround from what this game was during the offseason. But Michigan with a change at quarterback, and can they sustain offense? They have not done it this year. Even last week in scoring, 26, they struggled. But their quarterback's been a turnover machine. I mean, that's the first thing they got to do, Mark. Got to stop turning it over on offense.
Well, now they're going to be a full-on running team. Now that they've gone to Alex Orji, that this is trying to run the football and dominate the line of scrimmage. So I'll be interested to see how Michigan fares doing that. And there are a couple of sneaky Sunday games. The Bucs had a really nice road win. Make sure you don't screw it up this week against Denver. But Houston and Minnesota, both 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
That game's got a little intrigue for me.
You may hear that game from me later on.
I know you're going to hear it from me.
Look at that. I'm curious about the 0-2 teams. We got 9 of them. Is this their last stand? I mean, if you're 0-2, you make the playoffs 9, 10, 11% of the time. If you're 0-3, forget about it.
David heard this yesterday, and I heard it on Pat's show, and I'm sure Pat will be mad at me for stealing a stat. But last year, there were 9 0-2 teams. Do you have any idea how many won in week 2?
You mean in week 3?
Week 3, I'm sorry, in week 3. Same
I'm
number as we have this year.
Right.
9 last year, 9 this year.
I'm guessing a couple of them played each other, so I'm going to go 5 or 6. I'll go 5.
5. You hit the nail on the head. That's perfect. Now, look at the 0-2 teams, and you try to find 5 winners on there.
Okay.
One played Denver against Tampa Bay.
It's unlikely.
Let's see what else we got. We got the Colts and the Bears, right? The Colts
are home. That's a virtual pick 'em. I could see that. In fact, you may hear that game later.
The Giants are on the road at the Browns.
Hey, listen, Deshaun Watson, he can throw away a game, but unlikely.
Well, unlikely, exactly.
Yeah, but we're 1-2 so far.
Panthers against the Raiders.
By the way, I'm surprised how small that line is. They're thinking Andy Dalton's apparently worth 2 points because the line went from -7 to -5. So that's how bad they think Bryce Young is.
Now you got the Ravens and Cowboys. I think a lot of people think the Ravens can win that game.
Yeah, you'll hear that game later as well.
Oh, my goodness. Are you serious right now?
Oh, yeah.
I might have to change my picks. 49ers and Rams. Does anybody see the Rams winning that game?
I will say the Niners have their share of injuries too, but the Rams injuries top the Niners injuries.
The Monday night games, the Jags going to the Bills?
No, but a lot of people, think the Bengals will. I mean, if you didn't lose your, suicide pool, your guarantee pool, whatever it is that you call it, okay, week 1 on the Bengals. I mean, how many people are going to take the Bengals this week, Monday night, against the Commanders if they still can? I mean, do you really think the Bengals are starting 0-3?
No, but I just don't see 5 wins out of 0-2 teams on the slate.
Well, I mean,
see 3.
Okay. So,
But desperation,
yeah.
strange things happen in the NFL when you have desperate teams. And if you're 0-2, they're all aware of what the difference between 1-2 and 0-3 is.
Mm-hmm. And you touched upon a couple of them that, Carolina at Vegas, Denver at Tampa Bay, Giants at Cleveland. That's where going on the road as an 0-2 team and pulling off the absolute must win so that you still have something to play for.
Well,
That's
what
what
you have a virtual road game too.
Well, that's true. It'll be at least 60-40 Niners at SoFi. Probably 70-30 since the Rams are 0-2. That's a dadgum good point. So, last week, road teams, underdogs, that was the story last week. Week 1, home teams, favorites. I got some numbers for you. Straight up, forget point spread. Straight up, road teams are 15-17. And that's given the Eagles credit for a home win in Brazil. So, home field advantage, virtually non-existent. Underdogs against the spread after the favorites did so well week 1. Yeah, you're 16-14-2, and I could dispute the 2 because I've seen places where it's 18-14 if you just took the points so far in NFL games. But if you took underdogs, you're covering the VIG, you're break even, you're losing money on favorites, all right, and don't think there's home field advantage. In the 2020s, it doesn't exist.
Certainly not in the National Football League. There may be a couple of places where it still exists, but not in the NFL.
I'm at 6 picks for the record right now. I'll get to 7.
What do you mean you'll get to 7?
I'll get to 7. I'll add one more. I will definitely add a pick. I'm toying with the idea, do I go with one of today's games? I'm actually geeking out a little bit about Illinois and Nebraska because I want Nebraska back. I want Miami's coming back. Okay, USC looks like they're going to be USC again. All right, if we can get Nebraska being Nebraska again, Texas is finally Texas. Come on, Mark. We're almost there.
Now, at some point, by the end of the decade, we need Florida and Florida State to join this group of teams.
Well, Florida State's taking a mulligan. They're taking a gap year. Okay,
we'll see.
They're taking their gap year. Okay, as for the Gators, oh boy. The Canes fans going, let me tell you how this goes, by the way. I don't know, you don't want to hear it. We didn't want to hear it either in the late 2000s, early 20s. Let me tell you how this goes. So, yeah, but let's accentuate the positive, will you? It's a football Friday.
It is a football Friday, and you are fired up about Illinois and Nebraska, something we would not have been able to say just a year ago. And it's a solid game.
It is. In fact, it's the first time Nebraska ranked hosting a ranked team in 11 years. Yeah.
Looky there.
Uh-huh.
Moulton coming with some numbers early.
Cornhuskers, baby. College football, uniforms, helmets. That's what it's all about. The starting 5 is next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, We're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, yeah, DC. Hey, DC, since I don't get credit for the ones I get right that aren't official picks, I don't get credit for the ones that are wrong. Oh. Oh, trust me, DC, they're sufficiently prepped. If you listen to this show, you are prepped. Realtor Clark off to a good start. That's how you do it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Lee Sterling will join us at the top of the hour on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour as we go through week 3 of the NFL in a big way. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Aaron Rodgers looking like 33-year-old Aaron Rodgers instead of 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Uh-oh. Maybe, just maybe, the Jets will snap the longest playoff drought in the NFL. Jets look good. Both sides of the ball. Rodgers 2 touchdown passes, threw for 281 yards. Still hasn't had a 300-yard passing day since November of 21, but looked pretty darn good. A for 40, B, third game back from an Achilles. 24-3 Jets. The Jets D with 7 sacks. They held the Patriots to under 150 total yards, 40 in the first half. 40 yards for the Patriots in the first half. 2 of their 4 first downs were by penalty. Drake May did get in the game for New England, 4 of 8 for 22 yards. Patriots will have a decision to make because clearly Jacoby Brissett is not a starting quarterback. You know, will they keep him in there because May's just flat not ready, or are they actually going to try to compete and they might as well throw the kid in?
Might get killed.
Well, certainly if they're going to have injuries on the offensive line like they had last night, I'd keep him on the sideline, although he's more mobile. I get the argument. But really, this whole season's about developing Drake May. It shouldn't be about wins and losses. And here's the other thing going against Drake May. The Patriots may have the worst wide receiving core in the league, which we've only been saying for the entire decade. No big deal or anything. They literally have just sucked at the skill positions since Brady left town. There was a reason Brady left town. Belichick being a big one, but he looked around him and said, I'm supposed to make chicken out of this? Other NFL news, you know, the Rams injuries right now are probably the most in the league, but the Niners are like, hold our beer. You know, McCaffrey's out, Debo's out, George Kittle, Travarius Ward, they haven't practiced this week either. They're iffy at best for Sunday. Niners at the Rams, so that's a home game for San Francisco. Justin Jefferson's been limited all week in practice. He suffered a thigh injury when trying to make a block second half of the Niners game. Left the game, didn't return. But Jefferson was asked, hey, you going to play Sunday against Houston? And he said, oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely, I'm playing. So, okay. 2-0 Vikings hosting the 2-0 Texans. One of the games of the week. College football last night. South Alabama was a 7-point dog at App State. Yeah, they won by 5 touchdowns, 48-14. They rushed for over 300 yards. Major Applewhite, head coach at South Alabama. We'll keep paying attention there, Major. And Texas made it official, Mark. Arch is getting the start against Louisiana Monroe. They'll see if that's it. Ewers with an abdominal injury. We'll see. But Arch Manning to get the start Saturday against Louisiana Monroe. Tonight, hey, we got games you can see. We got 3 games, 2 of the 3 anyway you could see. 7:30 on the 4-letter network, Stanford, Syracuse. You know, that's a classic ACC tilt. 8 o'clock on Big Fox, couple of nationally ranked teams, Illinois at Nebraska. Cornhuskers a 7-point favorite. I got to admit, that seems like a lot.
Right, and I've got it at 7.5 right now. It seems like a ton, David.
Ooh, could be a big half. 10 o'clock on the CW, San Jose State at Washington State. Oh, if you just need a late game because you lost on the early ones, we're just letting you know. Major League Baseball. So many places we could start. We won't start with the obvious. All right. We'll start with the Braves in Cincinnati in the afternoon. They demolished the Reds 15-3. Chris Sale improved to 18-3. Matt Olson with a couple of homers. Braves, however, do not gain ground. Mets win their 4th in a row. They beat the Phillies 10-6. Phillies' magic number to clinch the East remains at 4. Mets hit 4 homers. Mets and Diamondbacks, both 2 up on the Braves for the final wild card in the National League with 9 to play because Arizona went into Milwaukee, held the Brewers to 2 hits and beat them 5-1. So there you have it. Diamondbacks 6 back of the Dodgers. That's a reach. Speaking of the Dodgers, one of the greatest individual performances in the history of the sport. 6 for 6, 3 homers, 2 doubles, 2 stolen bases, 10 RBIs for Shohei Ohtani. The 3 homers gives him 51. The 2 steals gives him 51.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. 10 RBI. That's just crazy.
If you had the Marlins in 15.5 runs yesterday, you lost. The Dodgers 20 and the Marlins 4. The Twins' collapse continues. They fall into a tie for the final playoff spot with the Tigers, losing in Cleveland in 10 innings, 3-2. Guardians' magic number, by the way, to clinch the Central is down to 3. Twins own the tiebreak. Twins have the tougher schedule the rest of the way. Seattle, they're still in it. They scored 3 in the first, held off the Yankees to win 3-2. I mean, they're 5 back of the Astros, but they're only 2 back of the Twins and Tigers. I think the Mariners own the tiebreaker against Detroit. Am I right about that?
That one I'm not sure about.
Because I don't think Detroit owns. I know they don't have the tiebreaker against the Royals. I know they don't have the tiebreaker against the Twins. And I don't think they have it against the Mariners either. I'll check on that. Baltimore with a much-needed win. Yankees lost. Anthony Santander with a walk-off homer in the 9th. Orioles 5-3 over the Giants. They're 4 back. They're just trying to get within 3 when they go to the Bronx next week. It's Orioles Tigers this weekend, right?
That's correct.
In Baltimore. Big series for both, obviously. Astros beat the Angels 3-1. Their lead is 5 in the West. Their magic number is 5 in the West. I'm being told that the Tigers have the tiebreaker over the Mariners. Okay. Good to know. Toronto 4-0 over Texas. Vlad Jr. with 2 homers. He's got 30. Tampa Bay 1-hit the Red Sox 2-0. Pirates over the Cards 3-2. Cubs over the Nats 7-6. The largest crowd in the history of the WNBA was last night in our nation's capital. The Mystics drew 20,711 because, well, you know who and the FIVA were in town. Now, she only played half the game. Indiana was resting up for the playoffs. So Caitlin only played 20 minutes, had like, I don't know, I think like 8 points, 8 assists, something like that. Washington beat Indiana. It was big for Washington, 92-91, because they needed to win and have Atlanta lose to make the playoffs. But Atlanta beat the top-seeded Liberty 78-67 because the Liberty didn't play anybody. And so now New York and Atlanta will play in the first round of the playoffs. Connecticut beat Chicago. The reason that's relevant is Connecticut locked down the 3 seed. So Caitlin Clark and the Fever will play the Connecticut Sun in a best of 3 beginning Sunday. That's right. The WNBA playoffs begin Sunday.
It's a good day to start. I mean, there's nothing going on. A lot of people will be interested to watch.
Right. There's no competition on Sunday. The other 2 series, Phoenix, Minnesota's the 2-7 series. Seattle, Vegas is the 4-5 series. Minnesota and Vegas are the teams with home court advantage. NHL. Do you know there are preseason games this weekend?
Yep.
That is unbelievable. Not even 3 months removed from the Panthers dancing with Lord Stanley, because they won it, I think, on June 24th. Wow. The Wings signed their top young defenseman, Moritz Seider.
Mm-hmm.
They gave him $8.5 a year for 7 years. That's good work if you can get it. And Kyle Okposo, he was with the Sabres forever, traded to the Panthers so that the 17-year veteran could be a part of a Stanley Cup champion. He gets his ring, and he retires. So congrats to him. Golf news, the LPGA playing this week in Ohio, the Kroger Queen City Championship. Ashley Buhai, 7 under, 1-shot lead. Nelly Cordes 2 back. But the big golf news yesterday, Mark, PGA of America just throwing down the gauntlet, not just to the PGA Tour, but I think they threw down the gauntlet to the European Ryder Cup team. PGA of America not only runs the PGA Championship, they run the Ryder Cup. They came out yesterday and said, anybody from LIV can be selected on the team. Anybody on LIV can play in the PGA Championship, and anybody on LIV can be selected to the Ryder Cup. That you don't just have to automatically qualify like Koepka did previously. So that in theory, Mark, like right now, when you look at the Americans that are on LIV, not only Koepka, wouldn't you right now with the way he's playing, you'd take DeChambeau, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Right. And so then, does it bring Patrick Reed and anybody else back into play? But, so PGA of America with a stand yesterday. I mean, they made it official, sent out a release and everything, which are like, we got no problems with the guys on the LIV Tour. They can play in our championship and they can play in the Ryder Cup too. So now if you're Europe, because Europe is adhering to the PGA Tour / DP World Tour standards, right now, if you're on LIV, John Rahm, Terrell Hatton, you can't be a part of the European Ryder Cup team. Luke Donald, when he saw this news yesterday, was like, well, that's interesting. Hopefully we can get this resolved. And he mentioned those 2 by name. So right now, Edge USA in the 2025 Ryder Cup, A, will be at home, and B, it looks like we'll be fielding the stronger team unless Europe changes their tune.
I say they change their tune between now and the Ryder Cup.
Well, they're under the PGA Tour umbrella, and the PGA Tour ain't changing their tune.
I understand. That's a prediction. We've got a ways to go before this happens. I think they'll play.
I hope so. I mean, we all want to see the best play. But there you have it. 9 minutes before the hour. That was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Shohei Ohtani, the big story of the day. 6 for 6, 10 RBI, 51-51 now.
Right.
51-51. Wow.
Right. And he's still got 9 games to go. Dodgers and Phillies tied for the best record in the league, by the way. Phillies own the tiebreak, but so obviously the Dodgers 4 up on the Padres. You know, they got their magic number, which is 6 to clinch the West. But the final series of the year, because the Phillies could clinch the East this weekend in New York if they win 2 more games there, but they'll clinch it very early next week in Philadelphia at worst. But it will be interesting, Mark. You know, the Brewers have clinched, but they're 3 back of the Phillies and Dodgers. So they're probably stuck as the 3 seed. So the final series of the year, they're going to play their regulars against the Mets, who they might be playing in the first round of the playoffs. You know, the Braves will be playing the Royals. There's a decent chance the Royals have at least clinched a playoff spot by that final series. If you're the Royals, you know, if you're very close with the Orioles, you might be playing for home field, so you'll play your guys. But it'll be very interesting. You know, we go through this in the NFL. Who's going to play their guys the final week of the year, blah, blah, blah.
Baseball, very different, though. Guys want to play every day. So giving a guy a day off, but not 3, is far more likely in baseball. Sure, it'll affect how they set their starting rotation because they'll want to keep certain players for the playoffs. But as far as their position players, they're not resting guys for 3 days.
No, but what they try to do is do the spring training thing where they play him 3, 4, 5 innings. Because the one thing you don't want is a guy to get hit by a pitch and break his hand. And now he's, that which happens. So you're right, Mark. It's that fine line. They want to play, but the manager only wants him to play for so long. Lee Sterling, he'll make his picks coming up next on Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, this is early for Lee.
So
You got the gerbil up early this morning.
I'm always up. Problem is, so I finally they gave me a new modem.
There we go. That's what I
And they
meant.
even
Not
upped
you. I meant the squirrel, the gerbil there.
Yeah. So, doesn't take me 8-9 minutes to log in.
All right.
Yeah. So, I had one freeze up for like 2 seconds yesterday on all my interviews. So, looks like things are better at least.
Good.
Yeah. So, what do you got this weekend? What games?
Oh, USC, Michigan.
Okay.
So, yeah,
I think Michigan. I think we might see a surprise.
Ah.
They should have gone to Orgy a long time ago.
I guess you know what the problem is, though, as a coach. Apparently, it was terrible in the spring and summer, and if you put the guy in who's absolutely terrible.
Watch the spring game. Well, I only saw the spring game, and he was better. So that's all I can judge it by. So that experiment is over, looks like, for Michigan. And then what in the NFL?
Well, Monday night, but we're in Cincinnati. We have the Washington-Cincy game. When it's a doubleheader, the one they put on ABC is the one Joe and Troy do.
Okay.
So I would rather be in Buffalo for Jags-Bills, but
right. Okay. I don't know how they decide which one is which. Why are they doing two practically? What are they, like 45 minutes apart or something?
Yeah. So you'll see a full quarter of the one before the other will kick off. It's real simple. It's ABC wanted more inventory.
Okay.
And the only way the NFL could do it was to give them a couple. I think we have 3 doubleheaders, 2 back-to-back this week and next, and then there's one late in the year. So they gave them, 3 extra games,
right,
to get more money from them. And here's the NFL's reasoning.
What's that?
The Jags and the Bills, if it was a 1:00 CBS game, not shown to the nation, but only shown to basically upstate New York, and would draw, whatever it drew, a couple of million. It will draw far more than that by putting it on ESPN.
Okay.
So
what do you have next? I get it. What do you have next week? Tennessee, Miami, or Seattle, Detroit?
Seattle, Detroit.
Oh, how easy would it have been just to drive over to Miami?
Right. Although I may have if USC beats Michigan, I think we're back at Michigan for CBS next week. So it'll be real easy for me. I'll just stay there for 4 days.
Okay. All right. Got it. What else?
But if Michigan wins, I think we got Wisconsin, USC. I'll be in LA.
Right. Troy was really on it last Monday night. He was really good.
He likes Philly. It's funny. The fans like Troy, the broadcaster, and they yell it to him. Hated you as a player. Love you, Troy. Because he
was on it. I mean, the one time the center, there was a penalty first. He goes, "That's not holding." So, did you point that out to him, or did he know that?
No, not that one.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Wasn't sure.
No, he's pretty good on his own. I don't need to be there. It's nice that he tags me along.
Mark's a little dark, but he's in the...
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
And that means Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Lee on this show, 9-6 on the season, 2-1 on his games of the week. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Sporting my throwback Bengals here.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. For those watching, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. All right. Lee going with the hat this morning. Probably has a little bed head, so he's got to cover it up at this hour.
Yeah, took a shower, just decided to, Go with the football hat, coach's hat,
okay.
quarterback on the sideline hat, something.
There you go. There you go. He just needs his clipboard now. He'll be all set.
Totally.
Right.
Absolutely. Listen, Lee was all about NIL before there was NIL. Okay. He's a trailblazer. Hey, we'll start off with probably the worst two games we can find. Florida State's favored over somebody. Miller and Moulton are like, how could this be possible? And they're favored over an undefeated team.
Yeah.
Wow. They must think very poorly of Cal.
So this is what we're going to do. If neither team wins this week, they got to win to come back next week. This is it. This is the end of the road. I think Cal's going to win. I think Jay Knott's the best player on the field here. I just can't believe after a bye that was the best that Florida State could come up with in that game against Memphis. I mean, they were clearly outclassed. And Memphis probably could have scored more. They just wanted to play to win. I think Mendoza, the quarterback's from Miami Columbus down here, he's nothing special. I mean, not a runner, not really a passer. This guy won't even get a look probably in the CFL, but he just moves his team, and I think his team believes in him here. I'll take the points here. Cal, 24-20.
And you're getting 2.5.
Yeah.
All right. The other Florida team that's struggling mightily, the Gators, are taking on what many call the worst SEC team, non-Vanderbilt SEC team in the last 20 years, Mississippi State. They just got goat rodeoed by Toledo. The Gators are a 6-point favorite on the road.
So when you talk to coaches, one of the things you hear often is if you don't have a whole lot of talent, you want to stay in the game, slow down the game. Mississippi State doesn't do that. They're getting off. They're the number one. They're the quickest team getting snaps off at 19, I think, 0.2 seconds per snap. I don't understand it. This is not a team. On defense, they don't have a defensive lineman, a linebacker, or a defensive back that is even above average as far as when you're grading players out here. Now, Wilson's not going to play, Eugene Wilson. That's a big loss. But they might have some guys that can step up. They looked okay. I'm going to take Florida here. Dip one toe in the water here. Let's go with Florida, 33-24.
Gators laying 6 in Starkville. Last time they faced a bad Mississippi State team and lost, Ron Zook got fired walking off the field. We'll see if 20 years later it can happen again. All right. We're excited about this one. We're high on South Florida. We jumped on the Golish bandwagon even before last year started. We believe in him. We think he could turn South Florida into a Power 4 program, if you will, ready to join the ACC in a couple of years. They've played Bama tough the last 2 years into the fourth quarter. Can they do the same with Miami, getting 17 at home?
So do you think that he's still going to be around if he's successful?
Well,
depends whether or not Florida hires him.
Right. They might be the second best team in the state. You think they're better than UCF right now?
I think it'd be a hell of a game.
Yeah.
I think we'd all love to see it.
Right. So they also play quick. And when you're playing a team that's more talented than you, like Alabama, they got to the fourth quarter last year, got to the fourth quarter this year against Alabama. They had nothing left. They might have that same problem here with Miami. Brown, his dual threat capabilities gives them a chance to stay in the game. He's going to have to run some. Ran for 800 yards, 11 touchdowns. Did throw for 26 touchdowns. I don't think they're going to have a whole lot of success throwing the ball down the field. I would throw to their backs out of the backfield. I think Miami's linebackers in coverage, they can be had some. So if I was them, I'd try to control the clock because they run quick. They're still going to probably have that problem with Miami, but this line should be like 12.5, 13 points top. 17's too high. I'll take USF. I think Miami wins 35-24.
To Sunday we go. The Bucks with a big win in Detroit last week. They come home. They play Denver. They're a 6.5-point favorite. Denver's O-line's a little banged up. Denver's starting a rookie quarterback. Going to see a lot of blitzing from Bowles, I would suspect. How do you see the game playing out?
Yeah, and you got Carmichael and the staff. A lot of these guys, they did a number on Tampa Bay here and dominated them for a long time, at least the second half of their tenure. I think Tampa Bay, they were so geared up for that game last week against Detroit. That was a rematch game in the playoffs that might play into it. I like Tampa Bay as an underdog. I just don't like them as a favorite very much. I could see a lackluster performance here and Denver running the ball some. I think Knicks is going to gain 60, 70 yards, throw for about 210. I'm going to say Tampa Bay wins 23-20, but Denver covers.
All right. So
Yeah.
Denver and the 6.5 on the road against the Bucks. Finally, the Dolphins without Tua. The line opened at 6.5. It's now Seattle a 4.5 point favorite at home against Skylar Thompson and the Dolphins.
So Skylar Thompson can do some things that Tua can't. He can run. He also has a little bit bigger arm, can get the ball down the field a little bit more. Obviously, the experience isn't there. He looked good in the preseason. I mean, enough to where they just told Mike White, okay, seen enough. We'll cut you loose and let you go. So I don't know long-term what he can do, but Miami's not played well the two games. They played well right at the end of the Jacksonville game, but the Buffalo game didn't play well. I think their defense is going to step up. They only have 3 receivers on the roster right now. They're going to have to probably bring up 2 guys from the practice squad for this game. That's been a problem. No third receiver. Maybe Braxton Berrios can do something. Special teams, catch a few passes. But I think they're going to rally. And Kenneth Walker may not play for Seattle. I am going to take the points. I'm going to say put half your bet on Miami plus 4.5 and also take Miami on the money line plus 180. That's my bet a little, win a lot release.
So the Dolphins with the upset.
Yeah.
In Seattle.
Yep.
To stay in it. All right. Game of the week. Vols Sooners in Norman. Last line we saw is Tennessee minus 6.5. How did they get it?
Just call 800-400-9741. First 5 callers will get it for free. 800-400-9741. And big week, Baker's Dozen. People love this promotion. 13 games combined Saturday and Sunday. And we've had some 12-1, 11-2, 10-3 finishes. Haven't had that 13-0, but maybe it's going to happen soon. So normally got to be a monthly or season subscriber. You can try us for 1 weekend. And I feel so good about the 13 games, I'm going to guarantee it. If I don't go 7-6 or better, next week is on me. And I'm in a great mood also. I'm going to throw in the baseball through Sunday. If you joined yesterday, had a 2-0, an easy 2-0. We had the Dodgers over 4.5 runs. So that was probably the easiest game. I had friends go Wednesday. When was it? Yeah. Tuesday and Wednesday to the Dodgers game. None of my friends went on Thursday to see what a performance. We're kidding a couple of my friends who played on the UM baseball team that would have they had maybe 40 or 50 RBIs for their entire career. 10 RBIs in a game. Crazy. And to hit the 50-50 plateau. So that was a game I wish I was at. But and he got a standing ovation too. They asked for a curtain call. But back to football. If anyone wants to get involved, Baker's Dozen, 13 games, $97. It's an instant download. The baseball will probably text you the games this afternoon and Saturday and Sunday morning. Get those through Sunday. So we're going to guarantee it. Baker's Dozen, $97. ParamountSports.com or call us 800-400-9741.
So to review, Lee's taken Cal in the points to win outright at Florida State. Going to lay the 6 with the Gators. That's how bad Mississippi State is. Think 17's a little too much for Miami to cover, so he'll take the Bulls and the points, and he'll take Denver in the 6.5. The Bucks are not a covering machine at home, says Lee, and kind of has a feeling about the Dolphins, not only getting 4.5, but sprinkle a little bit on the money line as well. As game of the week, Vols and Sooners. Give them a call, 800-400-9741 or ParamountSports.com. All right. Good to see you. Good talking to you. Glad you got the internet fixed. You look good.
I'm trying.
Enjoy the game this weekend, Lee.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend. Be safe.
Lee Sterling. Look at that, putting his money where his mouth is. He's guaranteeing his baker's dozen. It's a winning week or else next week's free. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
In fact, Moulton is doing the same thing. He is guaranteeing that he will have a winning week. If he doesn't have a winning week, tuna mac for everybody.
I'm not giving away my tuna mac. Are you kidding me? Besides, I'd never do that in September. I suck in September. And I got 2 more NFL college weekends still to go. Damn, it's a 5-weekend September. That's awful for me. Because it's been documented, just like Lee, documents his picks. It's been documented over the years. Before October, I suck.
And then you've got to fight the fight the whole season.
Season.
Just to try to dig out of a big hole.
Instead of doing the Fab 5, I'm doing like the Tremendous 13. I got to make so many bets to try to.
David has them lined up for this week again. It won't be 5, that much we're sure of. And I think it'll be, if the over-under's 6.5, and he has 6 right now, I'm still taking the over because I've watched him during the breaks, and it's been a lot of staring at the phone, a lot of trying to figure out the lines, a lot of trying to find that one last game that he can make it 7 with.
Yep. Trying to figure out Kansas, West Virginia. A couple of disappointing 1 and 2 teams. It's damn near a pick 'em. So that's the one that I'm staring at right now. Who do I like there? That's what it's come to. Maybe you've got an issue. Kansas, West Virginia is what you're putting your week on. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Trent pops in and out because our clocks are different with the show he does and the show that we do. So he'll pop in occasionally. Quick hits.
Plus, I believe his show was talking baseball, so he has a tendency to pop in when, No, ambient, not yet. I don't. I think Ohtani right now is like a young Tiger Woods. We've never seen anything like this before. But how long is he going to do it for?
Forever, David. Forever.
But I will say, if he can come back and stay healthy for about 5 years pitching, all right, then it might very well be yes, because they made Ruth stop pitching early in his career. Now, I will say, I think him not pitching has probably made him a better offensive player.
Certainly a better base stealer. He wouldn't be
Right.
stealing that many bases if he was
No.
pitching.
I forget. I thought I read it. It was like early last decade. I thought was the last time no 100 game winner. We mentioned that a couple of weeks ago. (2014) last time there was no team to win 100 games. Last year, 3 teams won 100. The year before that, 4. But I think 3 of those 4 were knocked out in the first round.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan in 40 minutes to go through all the NFL games. Miller and Moulton coming at you from the Floor Meisters studios. Floor Meisters keeping it real. Lee Sterling just made his picks. I guess we have to make ours, right, so that people can go the other way. Although Mark had a winning week last week, and Mark is only a game below the Mendoza line. So I should not drag, Mark Miller into the same place where I am. That's unfair to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The texters, David, are really feeling for you. I mean, I had a texter that said just flat out, Tuna Max underrated. Ugh.
Wow. They are feeling bad for me, aren't they?
Another texter already, you were struggling with the Kansas-West Virginia game. He's
Right.
giving you his pick in that game.
Okay. It's better than mine. So who's he like?
He likes the over.
Oh, see, I don't do the over-under thing. I should. Because goodness knows picking with the points ain't working for me. So I should try something. Prop bets, just something. But so you had a winning week last week. You're 7-8 on the season through 3 weeks. All right. Give it a shot.
All right. I'm starting tonight. Not with the game you're interested in.
Okay.
With that ACC battle.
Well, when Stanford and Syracuse get together.
You don't throw out the records. You actually pay attention to them. Stanford is not a very good football team. The Cuse is all right. And they're laying 8.5 at home. I'm taking Syracuse laying the points. Stanford's not a good football team, like what Syracuse did against Georgia Tech. They can score some points. I don't think they'll have a whole lot of problems scoring against Stanford, and I think Stanford will struggle to score against Syracuse, so I like the number. Mighty Nooner tomorrow. Charlotte and Indiana. Charlotte's bad. Indiana's scoring on everybody, and they're scoring lots and lots of points. 28.5's the number. The Hoosiers go to 4-0 with a big win. New coach and quarterback. Things are going well in Bloomington, and I like the Hoosiers this week against Charlotte. I will have one of the big games on my list. The line dropped to 6.5. Tennessee, I don't know how far behind Georgia and Texas they are. I think they're the third best team in the conference right now. I think they're better than Alabama. I think they're better than Ole Miss. Oklahoma struggled with everybody. I know this is a monster home game and the atmosphere will be terrific, but they needed late grunters to cover last week. They've looked pedestrian at times, and I don't know how they keep up with the track meet that's the Volunteers. Give me Tennessee, and I'll lay the 6.5. 2 picks on Sunday. Brian Flores has the defense playing really well.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin O'Connell can coach.
Yes, he can.
And Houston, even though they're 2-0, has not been great in getting 2-0. They're on the road. Give me the Vikings plus the 2. I'll take the home dog, be it just a couple of points. I think they win outright. And I'm taking the Ravens. The Ravens aren't going 0-3. You picked them to go to the Super Bowl. I had them making the playoffs and winning the division. I do not see this team going 0-3. I only have to lay 1 against Dallas. I had Dallas missing the playoffs. I had Dallas in the same spot, 1-1. I just had it flipped. I had them losing to Cleveland and beating the Saints. It just turned out it was the other way around. I'm going to take the Ravens and lay the point, David.
I think the Jefferson injury, I know he's going to try to go, but he's not going to be 100%. I think that's going to be significant. Give me Houston in Minnesota.
All right.
To me, what's interesting about this, Flores is going to come after Stroud. Stroud's got this really long streak of not throwing an interception. It's like 270 passes or something like that. I'm curious, does Flores force a turnover from Stroud? The Texans don't beat themselves. Give me Houston. I'll lay the 2. I think Jefferson will be limited, and the Texans will get after Darnold. The Colts are 0-2, and the Bears haven't found themselves yet. I'm taking a couple of 0-2 teams here, Mark. Give me the Colts. I only have to lay 1.5 against Caleb and the Bears. He's not ready yet. Neither's Richardson, but Richardson can run better. And I'm with you. I mean, if Dallas beats Baltimore, tip of the hat to the Cowboys. But give me the Ravens, lay the point in Dallas. I can't imagine this team this good starts 0-3. All right, back to Saturday. I'm with Lee. Been saying it all week. I want the points in South Florida. I do think he made a very astute observation. I don't think it behooves South Florida to play fast against the Canes. But to me, you can get to the line of scrimmage fast and make sure that they don't substitute, but not play fast. Because you're not going to wear down the Canes. They're deeper than you. They're better than you. They're used to the heat and humidity also. So the whole tempo thing, that's not going to work. You want to get to the line of scrimmage so they can keep their substitution patterns? No, that's fine. But give me South Florida in the 17, Mark. They covered the last 2 years against Alabama. They can cover against the Canes. All right. this week scares me in a lot of games. Like you took Indiana against Charlotte. These games scare me because this is the breather before full-on conference play. And this is the week that you get teams that kind of sort of mail one in. They've already had a key game or two. This is the last breather before they go into conference play. And for that reason, I'm taking Georgia Southern and 36.5 at Ole Miss. Ole Miss has been the 85 Bears through 3 weeks. Conference play begins next week. You can't tell me that their A game shows up at home tomorrow night against Georgia Southern. And that's a lot of points. 36.5. Give me Georgia Southern. Army's a covering machine. When Army's decent, they're a covering machine. Army's decent. Rice isn't. Give me Army at home laying 6.5. I don't think Michigan's that good, especially on offense. This quarterback can't throw the ball that well. You mean to tell me USC can't defend a one-dimensional quarterback? Really? And Sharon Moore made a rookie mistake. He told the world on Monday this kid was playing. How dumb can you be? How could you give USC the whole week to prepare for the running quarterback? Seriously. That was stupid. You say the other kid's playing. The other kid's from Southern Cal, by the way. That's what you say. A big game. He's looking forward to hold the deal. And then you start the other kid. And at the post-game presser, you go, what can I tell you? I lied. Give me USC and lay the 5.
Still going?
What do you mean still going?
Are you still going?
No, 7.
Okay.
Oh, 3 pro, 4 college. No, that's it.
I'm waiting for that West Virginia-Kansas pick.
I'm too scared. I really am. They're both 1 and 2. They both underachieved.
David, you bet Army and Rice. How can you be too scared of Kansas and West Virginia?
I always bet Army. You know that. I always bet the Armed Forces teams. It's like betting Ivy League basketball. They're covering machines, the Armed Forces.
This is the week the math no longer applies because you can divide Lee's picks, by 5 and know how many weeks we have. My picks by 5, know how many weeks we have. You can't do that with David.
No way, baby. No way. I'm
He's
3 and 12. 3 and 12. I could go 7-0 this week. I still suck. My goodness.
You got to work to get to 3 and 12. I mean, that's not easy.
And I had a great week last week. I went 2 and 3.
So a super 7 for Moulton, a fantastic 5 for yours truly. And Lee Sterling just made his 5 picks moments ago. If you missed that or any other part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com or anywhere else that you download your podcast. 21,000 is the text line. It is wide open. Pat Kirwan will join us in 30 minutes time to talk all things NFL as we break down all the games for you right here on Miller and Moulton. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The question I have, do any have the guts to just fade him every week? Has anybody been betting straight against Moulton and making money? Which I'd be impressed with you if you did. And both of our mics are on, but they're not on over the air. Just in the Twitch chat room there, Johnny Finger Lakes.
I'll blame you, Feeney. Realtor Clark's figured it out.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until Pat Kirwan joins us to go through week 3 of the NFL, even though it got underway last night with Aaron Rodgers looking like Aaron Rodgers. Hello. Okay, it was the Patriots who finally looked like the team we thought they'd be, especially missing 2 offensive linemen. I got to admit, I got to start paying more attention to that. Basically, if you're like questionable on Thursday, you ain't playing. That's been the theme the last 2 Thursdays, man. If you're 50-50, it ends up being a no far more often. It ends up being a yes.
Yeah, that information changed from when we signed off at 10 o'clock and obviously between then and game time.
Yeah. Well, that was like, the first Monday night game of the year when all of a sudden McCaffrey's not playing. It's like, whoa. That didn't change the outcome, but from a fantasy standpoint, uh-oh. But hey, let's, we root for greatness on this show. We don't root for injuries. We don't root for bad things to happen to people. What if, Mark, we've been saying with college, what if Texas is going to be Texas, USC, Miami, Nebraska? Well, what if Aaron Rodgers is going to be Aaron Rodgers? Now, what do you think of the Jets?
Well, I feel pretty good because I had the Jets doing big things.
Right.
And
yeah, you had a good night last night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, but not everybody. I mean, they're the Jets. Okay, 13 years in a row missing the playoffs. Rodgers played 4 plays last year. He's 40. He wasn't very good in 2022. He was So, not a lot of guys. There's only 3 other quarterbacks in the history of the game who played a game like he played last night at age 40. Their names, by the way, are Brady, Favre, and Breeze. I mean, so, that's how good he was last night.
He and they were dominant. The defense was terrific and on a one-dimensional team, and then when they tried to throw, they couldn't. I mean, that was as bad of an offensive performance as you'll see in the National Football League. What was it at half? 40 yards at half, David?
Yeah, the Pats
for the game.
40 yards at the half. You throw sacks into the equation that New England officially had 139 yards for the game. Official stats. Gave up 7 sacks, by the way. Remember, the Jets have no edge rushers. By the way, who had a bad night last night? Hassan Reddick.
First bad night he's had this year for not playing, if you know what I mean.
Yes, he had a good first couple of weeks. Not only that, they're missing him in Philadelphia. No pass rush on that final drive when Kirk Cousins went beep, beep, beep down the field. Okay, I mean, you got 2 fan bases that were clamoring for Hassan Reddick 12 hours ago. Now Jets fans are like, stay the hell home. Don't need you. You do, but that's okay. But how about Ohtani last night? I mean, Aaron Rodgers was the second best performance last night by 4 miles. And he was
it was like
really
a Katie
good.
Ledecky swim meet, if you know what I mean. She's
right.
She's a lap ahead of everybody in the 1500 or 1600, whatever the hell it is. And you're like, what?
Right. In our Twitch chat room, people were shocked to know that Ohtani's 10 RBIs is not a major league record. Now, the record's 12. The one I remember, because I guess some guy did it in the 30s, but Mark Whitten. Remember Mark Whitten? Big switch hitter, Mark Whitten. Okay, known more as a lefty hitter than a righty hitter, but he was a switch hitter. Powerful guy. Yeah. He had a 4-homer, 12 RBI night as a Cardinal against the Reds. He hit a slam, 2 3-run homers, and a 2-run dinger.
But Ohtani, 6 for 6, 3 home runs, 2 doubles, 10 RBI.
Right. Uh-huh.
And 15,500 and change showed up to see it.
A 4:30 start on a Thursday, too, on a beautiful day. Last chance to see Ohtani. 20 runs they scored. 20.
Yeah, you wouldn't have gotten out of there early. I will say that. You got to stay for the whole game at that point, and he just keeps delivering.
There were some baseball bets last night. Like Lee Sterling was on earlier this hour. He said, man, I had a freebie last night. The Dodgers run total was over under 4.5. He's like, against this Marlins pitching staff? Are you serious? That was a gimme. You know what else was a gimme last night? The over under in the Mets-Phillies game. It was like 8. The Phillies were starting Taijuan Walker last night. I mean, there was a good chance the Mets were going to get to that themselves. Doesn't mean they were going to win, but sure enough, the Mets put 10 on the board themselves.
And it looked as if there was a time that the Phillies might start coming back. They gave it a run there.
Yeah, well, once you get to the Mets bullpen, anything is possible.
And they showed that again.
Yep.
As the Mets have been playing great baseball, but it doesn't mean it's not eventful baseball.
No. It doesn't mean that the 7th, 8th, and 9th aren't fun. That is for sure. But Ohtani's performance last night, I mean, think about it, in the heart of football. That's how great Ohtani's performance was last night. That we began the show today with texts lined up at 21,000 and people in the Twitch chat room going, you're going to talk Ohtani, right? Now, remember, this is a Friday during the football season. And we got people going, you are going to talk about Ohtani, right? Yes, we are going to give him his due. 51-51. Killy.
Re-damn-diculous, as we like to say on this show, but in a good way for Ohtani. And
is he young Tiger Woods? Like when Tiger, he did what he did at the Masters in 97, but when Tiger got it going, 2000, 01, 2, when Tiger, 2000 through 05 in particular, won the last U.S. Open in 08, but Tiger 2000 through 2005, don't you think that that's kind of what we're getting from Ohtani right now? We're getting young Tiger. You can't say he's the greatest of all time, but you can say I've never seen anything like it.
I think that's a factual comparison because we have never seen anything like this. And, oh, yeah, he's starting to throw again and do bullpen sessions. He'll be back on the bump next year.
Yeah, Dave Roberts is holding out hope he can actually give him an inning or so in the playoffs. Right. I mean, it's, at least I was one of those that never said Tiger was the greatest of all time because to me, Jack's longevity, winning a major at 21 or 22 and winning a major at 46. And to me, Tiger had to get to 18. If he got to 18, he was the greatest. I will say Tiger's 1999 through 2008 is the greatest golf that's ever been played in the history of the sport. It is. It nobody's record compares to. I mean, he won 13 of his 14 majors at that point in time. He did it in an 8-year span. Ridiculous. Ridiculous how good he was, how great he was. And that's kind of what I feel right now watching Ohtani. I'm like, well, I've never seen anything like this before.
No, we haven't. 120. Here's a season: 51 home runs, 120 RBI, 92 extra base hits, and 51 steals through 150 games.
By the way, for those of us that still care about RBI, he's been hitting first or second all year. He was hitting second to start the year. For whatever reason, they found out he does better hitting leadoff. They moved him to leadoff. So the people he's driving in have to be the bottom part of the order getting on base. It's not like he's driving in Betts and Freeman. They're hitting behind him.
It is absolutely fascinating to see. That's why, I mean, to me, you've got to root for the Dodgers in the postseason because I want more Ohtani.
Yeah,
I know
a Phillies Dodgers LCS would be awesome.
It really
if you're
would.
just a fan. I know we got Braves fans, Mets fans. I'm a Mets fan. Milwaukee, it'd be nice to get back to a World Series for Bob Uecker. I get all that. But just from an entertainment, stars on the field standpoint, Dodgers Phillies would be great. And obviously Yankees against, name your team.
Oh, come on. We want to see Yankees Astros again.
Tell you what, if I'm the Yankees, I'm not only encouraging you to bring garbage cans and drums, I might be handing them out at the stadium.
Like the old school bat days at Yankee Stadium.
Right. I want to know who was the person who threw a bat or beat somebody up with a bat that they got rid of Bat Day. I mean, you used to get a bat, and they used to give it to you coming in. Now you get Bat Day, you get a little miniature, like a 12-inch thing, and you get it on your way out. Okay, come on. I remember going to Bat Day at Shea and banging the damn bat on the, on the steel railings in front of me, trying to make some noise.
Speaking of the Mets, David, in Citi Field, did you see that they put your chair in? The Grimace seat?
They did. Yep. They're having some fun with this. I got to give them credit. I mean, they're not the Yankees. They've totally embraced they're not the Yankees. You couldn't get caught dead doing something like that in the Bronx.
No.
Historic. But the Mets, they're the Mets. Sure.
The purple seat. We'll call it the Grimace seat.
I'll call it the Grimace seat. But it was great last night. And we had Ohtani just with a remarkable performance, but we had Aaron Rodgers looking like Aaron Rodgers. That's awesome. Unless you're a Bills
and
or
right
Dolphins
from the word
fan.
go, I think he was 13 for his first 14.
Right.
Right from the word go, seemed to have total control of that game.
Everybody making a big deal when he, put him up 14-0. He comes to the sideline. Saleh went to give him a hug, and normally Saleh's not a hugger. He's like two hands in your chest guy. He kind of punches you in the chest. Okay, but I guess Saleh had been emphasizing to Rodgers, hey, we need to give the defense a lead, and if we give them a 2-score lead, we'll dominate these guys. And so Rodgers was coming to the sideline after giving him a 2-score lead, and Saleh's all fired up. Okay. And by the way, the New York Post basically wrote a column yesterday that said, if the Jets lose to the Patriots, Saleh needs to be fired now. I mean, just so you know. So Saleh gives, Rodgers is expecting the two-handed shove to the chest. And all of a sudden, Saleh goes in for the hug, and Rodgers is like, whoa, take it easy there, big fella. And everybody made a big deal about it on social media. Rodgers was just like, I wasn't expecting the hug. But I told him, there's your 2-score lead. Enjoy it, coach.
And they did, because it was over early as the Jets dominated the Patriots last night. The Patriots were the team that you and I thought they were going to. I mean, that's the team we expected.
That's the team that we think is going to have a top 3 pick in the draft. Yeah. Absolutely. Right. Mm-hmm. As West Coast Doll fans pointing out in the Twitch chat room, though, coming out of every game, you got to see the injury report. Moses got hurt last night, one of their veteran tackles. I mean, that's the story beneath the story with every NFL team. What's the injury report look like coming out of the games?
And for how long is it going to take? And that's what we noticed last night as the Patriots had 2 linemen unable to play that were questionable. Thursday night games already rearing their ugly head from the injury report standpoint.
Yep. And Pat Kirwan's coming up next, and that's something that Pat has pounded the table about for years, the Thursday night injury report. Usually starts pounding the table in October. So far this year, we got to start paying attention earlier than normal.
Yes, we do.
And just remember, we're going to add an 18th game. Oh, yeah.
Well, by the time we get, mid-season, we'll have last night looked more like the offense. We'll see if it's leading to a week where the offenses start playing better, because we've not had great offensive performances so far through the first 2 weeks of the NFL season. Was last night the indicator that we're going to start getting some solid quarterback play throughout the league?
At least from one of the two teams, right?
Well, I didn't expect it from the Patriots. So,
no. Do you know Jacoby Brissett has started 3 games and is yet to throw for 150 yards in any of the 3 games? I know they want to play Drake May, but Jacoby's making it really hard on him.
Pat brought up all the rookies that haven't thrown touchdown passes, but you got Brissett, you got Richardson, who's got a couple, but has not thrown for a whole lot. I mean, it is amazing the lack of quarterback play that teams who think they have quarterbacks that are not producing.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan to follow as we go through the predominance of week 3 in the NFL. Then Miller and Moulton will go through the games as well. We've had mixed weeks. Mark had a better first week. I actually had a better week too. Pat Kirwan has a good week every week, and he's next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, Mark.
Hello, Pat.
There you go. Plug it in.
Not much of a game last night.
No, but all you had to do was look in the stands and realize the thirsty Jet fans got a good drink out of that. They needed that bad.
The crowd was so loud My wife walked out of the bedroom and I was standing behind the couch, like underneath the rear speakers of the surround sound because they're on the, they're on the ceiling.
Yeah.
And they're chanting, and she's looking around. She goes, "What is that noise?" I go, "That's the Jets fans chanting on the surround sound."
Yeah. Yep. You know, they kind of deserve something, and that's just for them. Rodgers looked great.
Yes, he did.
I don't know what he's taking, but I'd like some.
Boy, got that right.
Da, 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 da.
Loved your stat yesterday, Pat. I brought it up already. I stole it from you.
Good.
That you opened the show with the 9 0-2s last year. 5 of them won.
Yep.
5 of them won. That is remarkable.
Yeah. It's really, they sensed their backs to the wall, and they really had to do what they had to do. But
to your point, you look at the games this week and try to find 5.
I can't find 3 that I believe in. But that's the whole problem with it's the same as when we have to pick who's going to the playoffs in August. There's going to be 5 new teams, and we still can't get ourselves to find 5 when we're picking.
No, you're right. I only got to 4 this year.
Yeah. And I said I'm going to force myself, and I still couldn't do it. That's the NFL for you.
Yep. Well, and here, I don't know what New Orleans will be when it's all said and done, but they look like world beaters right now.
Yeah. There's like 5 or 6 games I really like this week, and theirs with Philly is one of them. Be a little bit of a real test.
Right.
Is there anything funnier than Derek Carr getting fined $14,000? He's the holy roller, the straightest guy in the league,
Right.
And he gets the crotch $14,000 penalty. And guys that know Carr are laughing hysterically. Yep. It's funny yesterday, people that are 0-2, like hardcore Holly, the Jacksonville Jags, she's like vehement. You guys are telling people stuff that's not true. I go, what are you talking about? She goes, they could lose again and still make it. I go, yeah, but there's 2% chance they're going to make it. So I went back and looked at the guys who went to 0-3 last year after we did that little thing on try to find the upsets here, but not one team who went to 0-3 had a winning record. Not one. I can't wait to bring that up to start today off. Holly, you lose this one, you're a loser. And she's going to Buffalo. Sorry. Luck of the draw.
I know. I was hoping that was the game we were going to get assigned, but
where are you going?
We got it's a doubleheader Monday.
Yeah.
And so we're in Cincinnati for Washington and the Bengals.
Oh, I got you. A little boring, basically. I like watching Jaden Daniels, though.
I do too.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. It is the final hour of the show in Lake City, along with Charlotte County, heading all the way up to Venice on 1070 The Zone. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And it's this day and time in which we're joined by Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between, including their newest location in Lakewood Ranch, Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Top of the morning to you, Pat. How are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. It's good to hear your voices. And, I think we're in the thick of it now. And I know you guys were talking before about these rookie quarterbacks that don't throw touchdowns. And then there's Levis and Bryce Young who's been benched. But here's the group that really makes me scratch my head. And this is amazing. Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, Stafford, and Goff. Those guys have thrown 375 passes and 4 touchdowns. a ratio of 1 touch on every 69 throws. So there's problems beyond the kids. You can, and this exact same group of guys last year, ratio of touchdowns to throws, 1 every 18. They're at 1 every 69. What is going on with Lawrence? Well, we know that one. Purdy can't block for him. Stafford, no weapons left. Goff, no. He has the most throws, 83 throws, 1 touchdown. So it's beyond the young guys. It is including guys like this that should be throwing touchdowns. So, and I heard Mark say maybe last night's an indicator that offenses are going to start to percolate, but there's 4 guys that better get going.
Well, Pat, I mean, do you think it's time for the offenses to get going? The defenses are always ahead of the offenses. They were vastly ahead of them this year. Is that going to start getting more even at this point in the season, or do you still think it's a couple weeks away?
No, the coaches I talk to every week really feel like now that they see what their team is, and remember, they almost never saw their first offense all summer. They weren't sure what they were going to do. And all of them are saying we're correcting things, we're cleaning it up, we're doing the things we should do and less of what we shouldn't do. And I think sometimes it's very hard to figure out what your team's good at until you see them for 2 weeks. So maybe Lawrence, Purdy, Stafford, and Goff will get off the schneid here. 275 throws and 4 touchdowns.
Well, to go back to Goff, though, we don't come down on coaches sometimes enough, in my opinion, Pat. Why in the world did they throw the ball 55 times last week, especially after Vita Vea got hurt? I mean, you got the best offensive line in the league. One of the best run stuffers in the league is on the sidelines. Why didn't they just start doing against Tampa what they did against the Rams? I mean, 55 passes? That's absurd.
I'm with you on that. And they learned a valuable lesson in the overtime period the week before. They ran it right down the throat of the Rams. So, yes, I agree with you. And without Vita Vea, they're significantly different. But, Goff, he's only been sacked twice. So you think about his sack ratio, 1 every 42 passes, that kind of leads people down the road of throwing a lot. And I wouldn't be doing it. I'm with you on all that stuff. But it's just it's so easy to blame the rookies, and they are horrible. Not a single touchdown pass. And then you can blame Levis and Young, the second-year guys. They're horrible. But then I combed through the group, and I go, wait a second. Here's some guys getting paid, and one Purdy getting ready to get paid. And where are they? How do they throw 1 touch? How does Goff throw 1 touchdown in 83 throws? It's almost hard to believe when you think about his weapons. So keep an eye on that thing. I heard Mark talking about it is desperation weekend for those 0-2 teams. And last year, as Mark heard me say, 5 of those, and it's the same number, 9 teams is perfect. 5 of those guys won outright at 0-2. And 2 of them actually climbed out of the mess. Houston got to the division title, and Cincinnati got to a winning record. But we have callers go, "Oh, you're making people panic. 0-3 weeks." No, you don't have more time. Nobody last year had a winning record who went to 0-3. So they can calm down now and start to wave the white flag.
All right. How many of those 0-2 teams do you think have a shot at winning, Pat?
Well, the challenge was, can you find 5? Because that's what last year was. I can only in my mind come up with the Bengals and the Ravens, the same 2 we talked about last week. I think the Baltimore is going into Dallas. Now, Dallas is a little bit on their heels as well, but I bet on Baltimore. And Cincinnati's got Washington come town. So I think those 2 can pull themselves out of the fire. But I don't think the Giants can. I don't think the Colts can. Tennessee.
Hold on. Because the 2 situations of 0-2 teams at home, the Titans get Malik Willis in Green Bay, and now they've seen how Green Bay is going to play with Malik Willis, and obviously they don't think much of him. They moved off him quickly. And the Colts get Caleb and the Bears, and they ain't ready for prime time yet. I mean, if you're going to be 0-2 at home, these are 2 of the better situations you can get.
I agree with that, except that the Colts are totally wounded as a run defense. DeForest Buckner's gone. And without him, I think you'll see the Bears. And the Bears are not a very good run team, but I think Caleb will do it. When I look at the Colts, I don't trust Anthony Richardson. You can put him on that list of second-year guys that don't know how to get balls in the end zone, although he's a little better than the others. Yeah, you can make a case that Colts could pull themselves out. You can make a case for Tennessee, but that's Levis under center, so I won't be betting on him. You know what I think there? Think about this. The head coach did not draft Levis. That's the first thing. That's always a starting point. He didn't draft him. Now he's coaching him. You know who's on his bench? Mason Rudolph. Mason Rudolph was 3-0 against the Bengals when my friend Mr. Callahan was in Cincinnati. He knows what he's got on the bench. And if Andy Dalton goes out and wins a game, which I don't think he will, but he'll throw for 300 or something. He did it last year on week 3. But if there's a turnaround in Carolina, how much pressure do you think there'll be in Tennessee to put Rudolph on the field and tell Mr. Levis, go in the weight room and keep lifting? You know, what are they going to tell him to do?
Well, Pat, I asked Mark yesterday, if Matthew Stafford were on the Titans, what would their record be? You know, and if the Rams are looking at an absolute disaster of a season with all their injuries and what have you, all right. I mean, seriously, if Matthew Stafford were on the Titans, they'd be 2-0 and they'd win this week.
Yep, I agree with that. They got the top defense. Those numbers are kind of skewed. It's only 2 weeks, but they've got a very good defense. And with a guy like Stafford, they could manage themselves into wins in a division where is everyone 0-2 except Houston?
Correct.
Yes.
They don't even have a win in the division. So yes, he definitely could put them into a wild card. And with Miami down until maybe week 8 and maybe for the whole year, there's a wild card spot invitation for somebody.
Well, if you were Miami, what would you have done at the quarterback position? They've already made their move, and they brought in the guy from Baltimore, and I don't understand it. You know, we would have done something differently. What would you have done, Pat?
Well, I don't think Hundley's worth the time. I mean, a nice guy, but he can't win. He was on the Ravens, a really good roster, and he couldn't win. So that would not be my answer there. Now, the question is, what would I do? There are not many choices. I don't think our friend is Tannehill's coming back to them. And he's never going to come back to a team where he thinks the starting quarterback's going to return. He's going to go to a place where the quarterback's out for the year. That's the only place I think he'll go. He's got a lot of money in the bank, doesn't really care about it. But he's not going to go and then 3 weeks later be on the bench. So, nope. Now, later in the year, just like when Flacco came in, and someone is mathematically bound for the playoffs, I could see Tannehill jumping back into this, but he's not going to come in 3 weeks from now or 4 weeks from now, be on the bench. Nope.
How much of a shot do you give Skylar Thompson and the Dolphins? Seattle's 2-0, but they haven't covered 2 weeks in a row, by the way, and the spread's down to 4.5. So the Seahawks have been playing close games, but do you give Miami a shot in Seattle?
I would, but why I'm not going to is the design of their offense in Miami is all timing. It's all motion landmarks. It's got a lot to do with how smart Tua is. And you're going to play in a place where it's so loud, you're going to have to use your silent count. And I think they're going to have a hard time getting the symmetry of that offense to where they like it. Now, if they turn around and throw all that stuff out, that's what I call Tua related, and play fundamental, they might have a chance. But I don't think Skylar Thompson has a chance personally.
What type of shot do you give the Broncos to come into Tampa and beat Tampa?
None.
Do you buy anything into the fact that Sean Payton and that staff has a lot of experience playing the Bucs and playing against Bowles in that defense?
No.
Okay.
I don't, because I think, he's got a whole different cast of characters. He is going to live with Knicks, which he really has to. After you say goodbye to Russell and have the new ownership group incur those expenses and keep mailing out weekly checks, he's got a lot of pressure on him. And the quarterback here's what I'll say. It's going to get harder, not better, for the rookie quarterbacks. Now, and we talk about this a lot on this show, now you're talking about defenses that have games to analyze and ways to look at these guys. With a guy like Knicks, you're looking at escape lanes. You're looking at what his priorities, who's the number one read all the time, all those things. And I think the defenses are going to get closer. And Todd Bowles, is he the most underrated coach in the league? He's pretty close.
All right, we got about a minute left in this segment, Pat. I want to talk about some other games. Let's go to Eagles and Saints. The Eagles, defensively, they looked pretty good up until that last drive where they looked just horrible and couldn't stop anything and didn't have a pass rush. Now they play the Saints, who are scoring 40-some a game. How do you see this?
Yeah, I don't know how real this Saint scoring machine is, but the Saints, to me, are riding high right now, and their defense is pretty darn good. And maybe because it's Carr and we always think about offense with them, we don't focus on the D, but the D is pretty good there, and Kamara is on fire. And they were opening up holes like crazy for that off-tackle run game last week. Kamara was running right through that like it was a tunnel, the Lincoln Tunnel. Philly, not a good road team lately, right? All the way back to last year, 2-7 on the road. I don't know sometimes when I see Hurts, do I love the guy or do I think he's limited in a way that it's going to always catch up with him? So I still like the Saints in this game. They're home dogs, right, David?
No, they're favored by 2.5.
Are they?
Oh, no, you're right.
They're home dog.
No, they started as a home dog.
Right.
And now I have the Saints favored by 2.5. We're up against it.
Yep.
Okay. So Saints at home against the Eagles. We've got a couple of battles of 2-0 teams. We got a marquee Sunday night game, of course, because it involves Mahomes and the Chiefs. We will get to some of the more marquee games with Pat Kirwan on the other side. Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm loving those commercials. You guys are cranking out a bunch of them.
So, Pat, how long before you make your southern trip?
I was just looking at my airfare stuff literally a minute ago. I think November 4th will be my first one. I got stuff to do up here and wrapping up the lake house, all that stuff. So, and I don't like going down there until I think hurricane season's over. I don't need to be stuck down there. Because if I get stuck and can't fly back up on Saturday for CBS, I'm in trouble. So that's usually my, and then, back and forth every week. Then it's I fly on the 4th, the 11th, the 18th, December 2nd, December 9th, December 16th, December 23rd, December 30th, January 6th, January 13th, January 20th. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? I want to shoot myself.
Well, the good news is you get a lot of frequent flyer miles to use on those grandkids of yours to fly to hockey tournaments.
That's exactly where they use for. You know exactly how that goes.
Yep, sure do.
Plus, my granddaughter, she made the nationals last year in cross country, so she had to go to Tallahassee, and you know, 2 of my kids make a lot of money. The other ones are just getting by. So, and she's in that family, so it was fun sending her down there with her mother. And
oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, they did good. So they're all looking forward to another trip if she can make it. So that was fun. Yeah, and they had to fly American, I think it was, and no one, everyone flies United, but American because of where they were going into. And I said, God, this is perfect. I never fly American, and I got 1,000,000 miles of them. You can have them. That Houston, Minnesota game's hard.
I know. Mark and I disagree on it, but I don't know how you can pick that game with authority.
No.
I took Houston because I think Jefferson will be limited.
Yeah. You know what's underrated is the Minnesota defense.
Yep. We said it. We said if he gets a Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield year out of Darnold, there'll be a surprise team because that's a top. He's a great defensive coach. He turned the 28th ranked defense in 2022, blew out 2/3 of the personnel, and had it as a top 10 defense last year. He can coach.
Yep. And they love him.
They do.
And I had Josh Metellus on the show the other day, and
I heard that.
He loves the coach.
Yep.
And they moved him around. He was a safety. Now he's a nickelback. They move guys around. They lead the league in sacks, although Houston's number 2. They got a lot going on there.
I also like Mixon. I don't think the Vikings have a Mixon.
Yeah, they don't, but I don't think Joe's going to play.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah. No, that was one of the best things they did, getting Joe.
By the way, are your thoughts about Knicks? We have a couple of Broncos fans in the Twitch chat room. They, they're panicking. Should they?
Well, he's too young to be anyone that has expectations. If they're having expectations because a rookie is on the field, they're naive. That's what I'll say. You got patience here, but no one has patience.
No, they don't.
Well, and I think it's how many straight losing seasons? I mean, and they haven't had a winning season since they won the Super Bowl, and that was 9 years ago. So they're
not the only fan base that does this. All these fan bases from losing cities kind of blame the new quarterback for the past. I just got here, man. I have nothing to do with losing beforehand. But, the Cleveland fans did it forever. The Detroit fans did it. The Jet fans do it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
With Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains and CBS's NFL Today show. You can listen to him on the radio, by the way, on SiriusXM Channel 88, 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 during the season. On Saturdays, he joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. All right, let's get to the battle of 2-0s. Let's go to Pittsburgh. Is this going to be first one to 16 wins, Chargers and Steelers?
Well, I think the game will be 2 hours and 35 minutes. That's the first thing I think. No one's going to do anything except try to play defense and run the ball. And I don't even know if Justin Herbert's going to play. And if he plays, it'll be one of those 20 pass plays. They've got this thing narrowed down. At the end of the day, I don't think the Pittsburgh quarterback can make a play if he had to at the end. where I do think if Herbert's playing, he can make a play. It's going to be hard for Pittsburgh. You're undefeated and you've scored one touchdown. I don't think that can keep going on. I love the defense and all that business, and it is at home, and I get that part of it. If Herbert plays, I'd be taking the Chargers.
Vikings and Texans, pair of 2-0 teams. The Texans are a road favorite. 2.5 points is the number. I know you don't much care about that, but it is a home dog for Minnesota.
Yeah, I think what's that tell us? People still don't believe in the Vikings. And to me, the people that don't believe in the Vikings they're not studying the defense. They're talking, there's Darnold. Do we believe in Darnold? And I think we've had these kind of things with Geno when he first started playing for Seattle. We certainly had it with Baker. And it takes a while for people to get rid of their old mindset. But the defense in Minnesota is pretty darn good. Houston, on the other hand, is building something big because they know they got the quarterback in a rookie window and they're buying players. If Joe Mixon plays, I'll be taking Houston. But if Joe doesn't play, and I think it's looking less and less like he will, then I would take Minnesota. I think Minnesota, without Mixon to deal with, their defense could dominate.
Interesting game in Phoenix. Cardinals hosting the Lions. Arizona, it's not often that a team beats another team in the NFL by 31, and they gave Buffalo all they could handle week 1. At home against the Lions, this figures to be high scoring.
It does, and I am, Arizona intrigues everyone because the quarterback runs around like a jackrabbit and you can't get him. But I think Detroit off a loss, they got big intentions this year. I would think that they're going to play pretty good. And get right back in the saddle here and do what they do. Hutchinson, he could be neutralized in this game because of the way the quarterback runs around. You know how exhausted Hutchinson's going to be chasing this guy? This is a whole lot different than coming off the edge, pushing the tackle, and then making a sack. You might land up running and I mean this, an extra 2 miles of chase in a game like this. So I don't like them getting to the quarterback, but I'm not really ready to believe in the Arizona offense. Slow down the running back, James Conner, who's the heartbeat of that team. I like Detroit in this game. They got a lot of weapons, and it's something you said, David, about why didn't they run the ball? Why are they now throwing the ball more than anyone in the league? Yeah, because they have weapons. They have a great tight end, 2 great wide receivers, and a back that can come out of the backfield and kill you too. But they got to get back to running the football, and I think this is a game they will.
Who gets right? Ravens 0-2, Cowboys 1-1 after just getting demolished.
Well, we talked about the 0-2, Mark. You and I have, and it's desperation time for Baltimore. You can't if they go to 0-3, chasing down the likes of the Steelers and everybody else. I don't think they lost 2 games in a row last year, and I know many, many times if you go back to Lamar's career, he has not done that. He usually bounces right back. I don't know what goes on in Dallas anymore. I mean, the guy upstairs watching the game is always upset now. He wants to fire the coach. He created all this pressure on the whole program, and he thinks pressure is going to help them win. Well, good luck with that. I will take Baltimore in this game. I don't think it's going to be easy, and I do think there'll be a lot of points scored. But Lamar will go off in this one. He'll run for over 100.
Atlanta coming off the great final drive, and really, they scored on 5 of the last 6 possessions, so Cousins and the offense found their groove. At home, it's going to be raucous. Arthur Blank going into the Ring of Honor. Fans are getting free food, and Mahomes and the Chiefs are coming to town. The Chiefs have played back-to-back games that have come down to the last play. Your thoughts on the Chiefs and the Falcons?
Yeah, the free hot dog, you can keep the hot dog. It's not going to help me win. I'm a big fan of Arthur Blank. He's been very good to me over the years, and the guy does care, and he is patient, and he did all those things for cheap food in the place, and he deserves a winner. He got one last week, but I felt like that was Philly's defense. No rush. Everyone wants to talk about the play calls at the end and the swing route to Saquon. I went right to the last drive. No pressure, soft defense, and let them win. I was disturbed by that. Here's why I'm taking Kansas City. Spags has played against Cousin 8 times. And you give Spags 8 games of Kirk Cousins, and he'll know what to do. And he's got a nice record against him, and he understands how to pressure him. So I'm going to bet on Spags coming into town and getting on Cousins' face.
Back to that defense part of that, just talked about the Eagles and their defense, because, I mentioned it earlier. Fangio, for 58 minutes or 59 minutes almost, they played pretty damn good defense, but it all goes away on that last drive. So we already talked a little bit about the Saints, but what do you make of the Eagles defense when they give it up that easily?
I think for years, maybe 20 years, we've been talking about, what is a prevent defense? It prevents you from winning, right? We say it and then we all chuckle. But that was clearly prevent defense. Soft coverage, no rush. You got a guy who's throwing the ball who really can't run, who's a midline thrower. When I heard Bill Belichick talking about how to get after Goff by pressuring inside, okay, great. Bill's right. This is a guy you blitz inside. What do you think he's going to do if you send stuff and people in his face in that overtime? He's going to throw the ball away or take a sack. You didn't get a sack once. You never really made him throw the ball away. So the head coach and the D coordinator are going to have a long talk about that.
But I think the question now is, do they have the personnel to just rush 4? Vic doesn't like to blitz. He likes to just rush 4. Well, they had one sack. It came on an inside stunt near the goal line. But in obvious passing situations, and the Falcons have a good offensive line, but Pat, they blocked the Eagles.
Yeah, that's why I'm not taking the Eagles in the Saint game. And it's also the best coaches I've ever been around. They look at their personnel and they decide what to do to give them the best chance. And in the case of those guys, you're going to have to blitz some. And it's time to send some. And I can name some of those backers that could come pretty good for them. And I guarantee that discussion happened this week in the office.
Well, we've gone through all the games on Sunday very quickly, a doubleheader on Monday. Do you give either of the road teams, the Jags or the Commanders, a shot in Buffalo or Cincy?
I do not. I think Buffalo knows where they're at right now. They're probably underrated even by me, because I went up there and I said, this will be the year of the Dolphins. I said it on this show. That's clearly over. But I do like some of the things, and I wonder what is going on with Trevor Lawrence on his 7-game losing streak. It's not him only, but the man has thrown 8 touchdowns in the last 7 games. So I worry about where he's at and where they're going right now. He's one of the guys on that short list of 1 touchdown pass and 51 throws. How about his sack ratio right now? 1 every 8.2 pass plays is a sack. And they have a nice defense. They're not playing bad on defense. They've given up 38 points. It's 19 points a game, but they only score 15 points a game. You go up to Buffalo. I know they've beaten them twice. There's another reason I'll take Buffalo. They will take these guys seriously. Trevor's 2-0 against Buffalo, and I don't think that sits well with Josh. I'll take Buffalo, and you can have the 6 points.
Ooh.
And I think there's real problems brewing there.
Well, and they've got Houston on the road 6 days later. So this could be the week that defines that regime for sure. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today Show, joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh. Safe travels, Pat.
Take care. Safe travels for you guys, too. Enjoy the day.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Pat will blow through any break.
Right. I just figured you'd pot him down.
I can't. You guys are both on the same microphone.
Ah. Okay. Good to know.
Anything coming off of that's all one. I don't have separate mics when we're on.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I don't have the extra hand to really. It's.
I hear you. That's good for me to know. Hey, you have any thoughts on these Jacksonville picks? Gators, Mississippi State.
Gators.
USC, Michigan.
USC.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Tennessee, Oklahoma.
I like the Vols.
Okay, so we're going with the 3 road teams. NFL, Texans, Vikings. We'll go with you.
Well, hang on. No.
No, we'll go with you.
We'll flip it. We have
Who's
heads,
what?
Heads is Vikings. Tails is
Texans.
Texans.
Okay.
It's a tail.
Okay, we're going Texans. That's 4 road teams. Eagles, Saints. We going Saints?
God, I don't know.
Okay. Chiefs, Falcons, 3.5.
Which I could take all the road teams, but I'll take New Orleans.
All right. We'll take 5 road teams and the Saints.
All right.
Okay.
That's sure to go 1 and 5.
Yep.
Are you direct to Detroit?
Yeah, you got to do the promo. They moved my
fly?
flight up. They moved my flight up like over 20 minutes. So I got like an 11:40, and it's a half hour to get to the airport, door to door. It is. So I'm going to fly. If it's okay, can you do the promo?
Fine by me.
Okay. Also, last week there was a huge parking snafu at the airport. They made you go to like secondary lots. It was a mess. And if that happens again, this is going to be tight. I'm worried about that half point in the Chiefs Falcons. I'm just going to let you know. But I don't like teams that win on Monday Night Football. But then again, I normally like teams that lose on Monday Night Football, and we're going against that. So no A.J. Brown for the Eagles. That's That's going to hurt.
That's significant. I forgot about that.
That's going to hurt. Well, the Chiefs are a lot like the Patriots.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan just joined us, and he did so on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. That's American Paint Supplies.
Tell Gene Miller and Moulton sent you.
Yeah. He likes to hear his name, apparently. Tell Gene, hey, Gene, hello, ho. No? Okay. He might cancel his sponsorship. Somebody walks in the store and goes, ho. That might be a little much.
I think so, especially for the, people working the desks there.
Right.
In the front.
Like, what in the world's gotten into you?
What is going on here? Who is this guy, and how can we get him out of here? We don't want his business.
So Pat is only picking 2 0-2 teams. He's got faith in the Ravens and the Bengals. And, boy, he's making a lot of picks just based off quarterbacks. You know that? I mean, he's like, yeah, understand the desperation and what have you, but think about it. Bo Nix, a rookie on the road. Daniel Jones, enough said. Where are we going here? Will Levis. I mean, we tried to point out, you do know the other quarterbacks, Malik Willis, they dumped him to play Will Levis. He's like, yeah, it's Will Levis. I ain't taking him. The Colts, you do know the opposing quarterback's a rookie. He's like, yeah, Anthony Richardson, and no run defense.
No run defense.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Okay, the Bears, do you have confidence that they can line it up and run their way to a win?
No, because their offensive line's not been good. I don't.
Panthers, Raiders, this is interesting. If not for the great fourth quarter by Minshew in Baltimore, the Ravens offense had struggled for 7 quarters. Now, granted, they'd played against the Chargers and the Ravens, we think 2 pretty good defenses. But until the final 12 minutes of that game last Sunday, Minshew and company had struggled, and then he was terrific. But I saw a film breakdown of the Carolina Panthers in which they pointed out that they've had guys open. Bryce Young either's not good enough to hit him or not tall enough to see him. And I just saw the breakdown in which they said, hey, don't be surprised if Andy Dalton comes in here and, throws for 240, 250 and puts a few, maybe not a ton, but puts a few points on the board because, believe it or not, the scheme's okay. So I'm just, I do not expect the Ravens to blow this win. Home for Carolina. But aren't you a little curious? This is Carolina. They're the worst team in the league, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The Raiders just went into Baltimore and won. Why are they only a 5-point favorite? Why is the money coming in on Carolina?
Well, and it moved, what did you say, a point with Andy Dalton getting the start? It moved 2, went from 7.5 to 5.5.
Yeah. And now it's 5 in a lot of places. I mean, this is interesting to me. I mean, this game screams by NFL standards, this screams 8, 9 points. I just, is Vegas like, listen, a great final 12 minutes. We're not sold on the Raiders scoring a ton of points yet, though.
Who's the best quarterback?
Well, I mean,
no. Gardner Minshew or Andy Dalton?
Because of what Minshew has around him, definitely Minshew.
Not what I asked. I said, who's the better quarterback? Not because of what they have around them. Who's the better quarterback? Who would you trust to start one game? The IROC series.
Well, but it is relevant as to what they have around them, though.
I understand that. It is very relevant. It's not the question I asked you. Who's the better quarterback? It's a simple question.
Today, I would take Minshew close. Better career, clearly Andy Dalton.
Right. Okay.
Today, it's very close. We just flipped the coin behind the scenes. We flipped the coin. We do picks. Okay, we're on Action News Jax. It's the dominant news station in Jacksonville. They've got a sports radio station on an app. Okay, we're their morning show, and we're very grateful for that. Thank you. And we lead into Brent and the guys and their whole afternoon lineup. And so we're all picking games. We're competing against one another. Miller and Moulton are in last.
Last place.
Right, absolutely. Because we went 1-5 last week. So anyway, we're picking games, and we get to Vikings-Texans. And Miller and Moulton disagree on this one. And so I said to Mark, listen, since I suck, we're going with your pick. And he goes, no. No, we're going to do this the right way. He grabs a quarter and throws it up in the air. And so I guess it came up tails. The Texans were tails. And so it's a game clearly we're divided on.
And I will say, just because you can't tell here, this studio's full of change, and I'm guessing it's for the people who run games going to the vending machines, but that's a silver dollar. And
wow.
That had a cool sound to it. That had a real flip sound to it. I felt like I was at a Super Bowl in the studio just for that coin flip. All right, you want to pick some of these NFL games?
Yeah, sure.
Tampa Bay and Denver.
For the record, you have a 1-game lead.
Okay.
Although you did not have a good week last week.
No, I did not.
You're 19-13 straight up. I'm 18-14. Hell, I can barely pick half the games straight up. I suck so much. You
take the guts to take Denver, or are you taking Tampa Bay?
No, to win, I'm taking Tampa Bay.
All right. I know you already have Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So we are split on Houston and Minnesota. I'm taking the Vikings. You're taking the Texans. Chargers at Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I'm going to take Pittsburgh because Herbert's going to be limited. And I think the Steelers will do it again.
Even limited, I think it'll be enough. I don't trust this Pittsburgh team. This is the first 1-16, and I don't know if Pittsburgh can get there. I'm going to take the Chargers. Philadelphia at New Orleans.
Yeah, no
A.J. Brown.
Yeah, there you go. You just hit on it. And until somebody stops Carr and Kamara, who have both found the fountain of youth, Saints.
Green Bay at Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm going Tennessee. They have the better defense. They're home. And I know Malik Willis going back for revenge. Tennessee wins one.
I'm with you on Tennessee, although it's interesting. Jordan Love trying to play in this game somehow, some way. I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think they should do it, by the way. I don't think they should let him. He's clearly not ready. He's barely been able to practice at all. Don't play him this week.
You're absolutely right. No sense. I mean, they've a lot more riding on this season than one game for the Green Bay Packers. Giants at Cleveland. Do you give the Giants any shot?
Yeah, absolutely I do. If they had a healthy kicker, they would have won last week. What would we be saying? This is Deshaun Watson, by the way. This is my upset special. Give me the G-Men.
Chicago at Indianapolis. I'm taking the Colts in this game. You already took the Colts.
Yes. Caleb, I don't think the Bears can line it up and run it down the Colts' throat, and that's the way to beat Indianapolis right now.
And Richardson will run enough to give them some points, and I think they pull off the win at home. Miami at Seattle.
I
You
thought
giving the
Pat
Dolphins any shot?
I do. I really do. Seattle is 0-2 against the spread, by the way, even though they're 2-0. Now they've lost both games by half a point, and the spread's down to 4.5. But I don't think this is a great Seattle team, but it's Skylar Thompson. Come on the road.
Exactly. Carolina at Vegas. You taking Andy Dalton, or are you going to take Gardner Minshew?
No, I'm taking the Raiders. Come on.
We both like Baltimore
Mm-hmm.
over Dallas. You don't have the guts to take the Rams, even though San Francisco's banged up, do you?
No, I don't, because the Rams are banged up more.
Detroit at Arizona. I've got Detroit in that game, although I think that's going to be a really good game.
I do too. Spreads 3.5, over-unders 51.5. That's basically 27-24. I actually think it'll be higher scoring than that. But it's tough to go against good teams coming off a loss, because now that's a losing streak. So give me the Lions.
And Kansas City and Atlanta on Sunday night. I like the Chiefs against the Falcons. I just think that what Pat talked about, that defense with Spags and what he can do, will put pressure on Cousins. That didn't happen last week.
Yeah, I hear all that. I like Atlanta. The Chiefs are ham and egging it, and they're getting by, and they should have lost last week. Give me the Falcons at home. Also, don't laugh, because I know it's the NFL, and the Falcons on Sunday Night Football is a big deal. I've heard 2 Falcons players mention it in interviews this week. They don't get the Sunday Night Football treatment very often, and they get it at a shot against Mahomes and the Chiefs. This is a bigger game for the Falcons than it is for the Chiefs.
I would agree with that. I would agree wholeheartedly. I just don't think I think you're going to see Cousins pressured more, and he'll make mistakes. Do you have either? We'll talk more about it on Monday, but do you give either road team a shot, Jacksonville or Washington? I've got both home teams.
I would pick both home teams also, but I gotta believe, I do think the Jacksonville regime is on the line here. I do. Washington's building, and the Bengals are desperate. But this could be the Doug Peterson era in Jacksonville ending in the next 10 days if this week goes the way that the first 2 have. I'm just saying, there's a lot riding on this week.
And on the other side, too.
Exactly. Right. There's a lot riding on this. College football, the big games. USC, Michigan. I got USC because I got them to cover.
I have USC as well. Michigan's offense is terrible. The point you made either earlier about Jerome Moore tipping his hand of what quarterback's playing to allow USC to prepare for what now will be a one-dimensional offense, which was already a one-dimensional offense because they couldn't throw the football. So I don't know how much that changes, but I like USC in this game.
I thought it was a rookie head coaching mistake. Okay, appreciate the honesty, but that's something you tell the CBS crew Friday afternoon in a production meeting, and they change the graphics and what have you. You do not let that out Monday afternoon at your presser. You are riding Tennessee pretty hard.
I think they're elite, David. I think that is a really good football team. I don't think Oklahoma, they've not played all that well. I know the atmosphere will be terrific. It's a game they haven't had in like a decade of this type of hype, but I like hype on the boys. Give me Tennessee.
I think South Florida is competitive with Miami. I think Miami wins. I think it's high scoring. I think Miami at the line of scrimmage will wear down South Florida, but I think South Florida actually put up some points against the Canes.
I think that Miami wins and covers in this game because I think they're that dominant at the line of scrimmage, and I just think South Florida will be worn out, that they'll cover this game in the fourth quarter.
Utah at Oklahoma State, both 3-0, both ranked in the top 15. The Cowboys, a slight favorite at home. I was going to take Utah in this one, to be honest.
Well, David, I was as well, but the line flipped. Utah was a point and a half favorite. Now it's Oklahoma State by 2.5. That screams that Cam Rising might not be playing. And there is talk of that. So I'm taking Oklahoma State because I don't know the quarterback situation with Utah.
And I'm taking Utah because I'm anticipating Cam Rising playing. By the way, if Cam Rising plays, the starting quarterbacks in this game are 24 and 25 years old.
That is correct.
Older than the starting quarterbacks for the Colts-Bears game on Sunday by multiple years.
Type of shot do you give Illinois tonight against Nebraska?
I give them a good shot because Nebraska hasn't found, outside of the first half against Colorado, they haven't been explosive on offense. I think that Illinois can keep it close. I count on a good game tonight. Not sure Illinois can score enough to win, but I think they can hang. How much of a shot do you give Georgia Tech at Louisville? It's 3-1 Georgia Tech, 2-0 Louisville. Louisville's ranked. And
which bodes well for Georgia Tech because they cover against ranked teams. I almost played this game, David. I chickened out. I think Georgia Tech covers.
Well, they're getting 10.5.
Right.
So just kind of an interesting game in the standings, middle of the ACC, both trying to be at the top of the ACC. This game could go a long way. And you have Syracuse tonight winning and covering against Stanford. That would be unbeaten Syracuse damn near heading into October. For the record, I'm going Utah, though. You're going Oklahoma State, right? In the Big 12 showdown?
I am.
Okay.
Just worried about Cam Rising. If I knew he was playing for sure and healthy, I would take Utah.
Don't know if there's an upset in college football this week, but I will say the late Saturday night K-State at BYU game intrigues the heck out of me. Diamond District bonus hours next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football, actually, they don't. And they don't because they went and got Chip Kelly. And they're running Chip Kelly's offense, and they actually think they have the right quarterback for that offense. But Syracuse is very happy that they made the decision they made. Yeah, Oklahoma State has had trouble running the ball. Gundy tried to say that it's because teams are ganging up to stop the run. Well, Utah's usually pretty physical. I don't know that they have to gang up. Arkansas was having their way with Oklahoma State. They kind of choked that game away. So these are two teams ranked in the top 15, and I don't know that anybody believes in them. I feel badly for the Big 12 that they couldn't get this game on at noon.
Well, I just made my my credit card payment.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is time for the Diamond District bonus hour, fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton, not just today, but of the week. You missed any part of our show, go to millerandmoulton.com. Mark is downloading our show faster than ever. Hell, he's going hour by hour now. He's on a roll.
Found my rhythm, David.
Well, in golf,
I'm like Aaron Rodgers back here. It took me a couple of weeks, but I found my rhythm. I've got tight ends open over the middle. I got backs coming out of the backfield. We got a running game going. I feel like we're the Jets right now.
You're hitting guys in stride, are you? Okay, when you're downloading during the commercial break, do you want me making a lot of noise going Jets, like M-A-R-K, Mark,
Ooh.
Mark?
That would be cool. Got to admit, I've never had anybody chant my name in a good way before.
I was going to say you've been married 12 years now. I know you don't hear that at home. Hello. A little married humor between the two of us.
Look at that. Look at that.
I'm tired of making fun of my marriage. I mean, can't I make fun of yours? No.
Nikki Glazer does a post thing on the Prime games. And one of her first lines coming out was, I'm new to football. I thought the 2-minute warning was 1 minute into sex.
Oh my goodness. We went there, did we?
Oh, whatever. It's the bonus hour. Let's roll. We've talked football. I mean, we've talked a lot of Ohtani today. What a performance last night. 6 of 6, 10 RBI, 51 home runs, 51 stolen bases.
Okay. Now, you're going to yell at me, but that's okay. It's only in the 239 and the 904. So Ohtani got up 6 times last night. He got up 6 times because they scored 20 runs. But this goes back to, if you're Major League Baseball, do you want to alter the final 3 innings? Why in all the other sports, why in the third period of a tied or 1-point game are the coaches putting their number one lines out there as often as they can? We all know in the NBA, you give the guys the rest to start the fourth quarter. Why? Because once you get after that first media timeout, the starters are on the court for the final 8 to 9 minutes. And we all know who's getting the ball. We all know in the NFL and in college football, etc. If you're baseball, I know this is not how you've played the game. I get it. Why can't you alter it? You've brought a clock into the damn game, for goodness sakes. You brought replay in. You've added 3 wild cards. I mean, you're going to bring in machines to do the umpiring in the next year or two. I mean, is this really any more radical than what you've already done?
I'm trying to think of the equivalent in another sport of really altering the rules of the game, the way the game's played. I mean, we've benefited offense literally with every rule change we've made in football.
Right. It was systematic. It started in the mid-'70s, though. I mean, you
Right.
know,
I'm trying to look at, one rule that is anywhere in this league. And, hockey took out the center line.
that
Opened
was
up the game.
radical.
Was it radical?
It was.
It was played in other level. College hockey didn't have a red line. I believe international hockey didn't have a red line. So there was other examples of it. There's no, unless we're going to the Savannah Bananas, there's no other baseball league. Independent leagues aren't doing this. There's no test model out there. Basketball adding the 3-pointer, I guess, would be, as radical. A shot that's...
Yeah, I mean, college basketball and the NBA adding, the 3-point line, which was done 40 years ago. I mean, it took the NBA 20 years to actually start using it. But I'm just wondering, I mean, everybody's excited. He got 6 at-bats last night. Well, what if he could get 6 at-bats every night? I mean, you really don't want to see Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman hit? And by the way, Max Muncy could still get at least 5 at-bats. He may get 6, too. Or I'm not saying reduce the lineup from 9 to 3. I'm just saying reduce it,
I'm just trying to find anything as an equivalent for how radical of a change that would be. Anything in any sport, not named wrestling.
Yeah, you'd have to go back 100 years, the forward pass.
Right.
I get it. No, it would fundamentally change the game. But think about it. Okay, the pitching and defensive side, they've been allowed to do what? You don't face the starter for 4th time through anymore. Okay, they've gone to hard throwing relievers. They've never thrown harder.
I'm not against this. I'm just merely I'm just trying to find some sort of, and I think you hit the nail on the head with a comp, is legalizing the forward pass. That's how radical this is.
I just, teams are bringing in their 2 or 3 best relievers for the last 3 innings of games. It's give me 6 innings, and then I got my 7th inning guy, my 8th inning guy, and my 9th inning guy. Well, why can't teams combat that with, fine, you lined up your 3 best pitchers. We're going to line up our 3 best players. That's who you're going to start against. Congratulations, 7th inning guy. You got him out. Good luck, 8th inning guy. Now it's your turn.
This is as crazy as putting a runner on second in extra innings.
Well, that's another thing. I mean, for goodness sakes. I mean, come on. People got all over us. You and I want 12 innings max and ties more than we want to put the damn runner on second base to start extra innings. I mean, which, by the way, is a big advantage to the team that has that extra really hard throwing reliever. Because what do most teams do? Try to figure out a way to get the guy on second to third with one out, and then they hope the guy at the plate can drive him in with the infield in with one out. Well, what do teams want on the hill? The teams want a strikeout guy. Can't put the ball in play, really difficult to score the guy from third. I mean, there are teams now, Mark, who don't put their closer in the ninth. They save him for the 10th.
I'm more for this idea than I'm against this idea.
I mean, Arch makes a good point. He says in football, we got an offensive team and a defensive team. Why can't you do the same why can't you do the same in baseball? Just for the stretch. The 9 guys still play. I'm giving them at bats the first 6 innings. Most all of them are going to get 3 at bats. Okay, so, some will only get 2. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, some of you don't know if I want to see you a third time. I mean, do Yankee fans really want to see Anthony Volpe get an extra at bat right now?
Not right now.
No. Unfortunately, Orioles fans don't want to see half their roster get an extra at bat right now, but I digress.
Let's just hope that continues through the weekend.
Because the Tigers are in Baltimore.
You're damn right.
Hey, right now, if you're a Tigers fan, and also quick sidebar, you're tied with 9 to play. If I tell you I'll give you tied with 6 to play right now, would you take it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you got Rays and White Sox at home the last week.
I'll take tied with 3 to play. I'm serious. Give me the White Sox, 3 games left, and it all being on the line for Detroit. I think that would be fantastic.
And to Braves fans, this is an opportunity. You got 3 in Miami. Mets have 3 more with Philadelphia. Big pitching advantage for Philly on Sunday, too, with Zach Wheeler. So if you're the Braves, if you can shave it just a game even, then the Mets come to you, you're down 1, you take 2 out of 3, you're tied, you own the breaker. You got the Royals, they got the Brewers. You're home, they're on the road. Okay, so this, trust me, this is very doable for the Braves. Now Arch is saying that was sarcasm. Really? I mean, seriously. We got we got an offensive team and a defensive team in football. We love it. Down the stretch. I mean, do you really not want the ball in Mahomes and Kelsey's hands in the fourth quarter? I mean, do I want to see Will Smith's a nice player. Max Muncy is fun. I want to see Ohtani.
Betts and Freeman.
Yeah.
I want to see Judge and Soto.
Yeah, 3 those 5 guys, by the way, all going to the Hall of Fame. I want to see them. And Irish football is like, it'll get rid of the 5-tool player. No, it won't.
No, the 5-tool player is still important. What it gets rid of is the bad hitter in the lineup. I mean, that's all this gives you an opportunity to replace the worst hitters in your lineup with the best hitters in your lineup for this. And I wouldn't do the 7th, 8th, and 9th. It's the only thing David and I differ on. I would just do the 8th and the 9th.
Okay. Fair enough.
And if they came to the conclusion that it was just the 9th, I'd be okay with that too. Because what happens at the end of every game then? You know exactly what's going on.
And I love those that are saying, come on, it's a team sport. Really? All the other sports are team sports. Really? Basketball, they got 12 guys on the bench, 8 play. 15 on the roster, 8 play. None of you are saying a word. Hockey, please. The 4th line couldn't get on the ice with a subpoena in the 3rd period of a close game. Okay, and the 3rd line gets on the ice about 3 times in the first 10 minutes. And then after that, it's basically every other shift for the 1s and the 2s. Mixed in and around some timeouts. Come on. I know it sounds bat blank crazy. If you compare it to the other sports, it's actually falling in line.
Miller and Moulton. 21,000's the text line. Would love to hear your thoughts on this subject. David and I have been adamant about it for several months now, maybe even longer than that.
Several years. Otani 6 for 6. That really sucked, didn't it? Him getting 6 at-bats yesterday. That was awful. I don't know how baseball is going to recover from that. That just sent the sport back 50 years. Oh, wait, everybody's talking about it today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sure you saw it. Embiid just got re-signed. 3 for 193.
64 per. He'll get $1 million for every game he plays.
Three for 193.
Irish football. I hate the runner on second. Okay, which sounds weird from a guy who's proposing changing how we finish games. I hate it. I think it's even more gimmicky than what I'm proposing. And I would limit games to 12 innings. And if we're tied after 12, then we're done. Adding 3 extra innings would be adding about 50 minutes. That would mean a 3.5 hour on average experience at the ballpark. And that's
4 games that go that long. We don't have that many extra inning games to begin with.
right. But everybody knows when we go to extra innings, we're only here for another 3 tops. You manage accordingly. Fans know, TV knows, umpires know, everybody knows. I view the runner on second and those wins, even though my team has benefited greatly from it this year, I view those wins the way I view teams that are good at the shootouts and the 3-on-3 overtime in the NHL, of which my team was very good at the last few years. I think it's very gimmicky. And to me, okay, the reason why it's significant is what determines playoff spots, winning percentage.
What I find really interesting is that when you text the show for the first time, I get this message that says, that you've opted in, and it has, but they never text after that. I find that fascinating. Right.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. I hope the marquee college games deliver tonight and tomorrow. Because, for week 4, I mean, somewhere between a quarter and a third of the way through the regular season, this is not ideal. We'll get to that in a second. We've got breaking news. Should we add a breaking news sounder to the show?
Really? Are you serious right now? You know what, David? Let's do that. I'm going to put this one on you.
Okay.
You get the breaking news sounder ready.
Okay. Not sure how to do that, but okay. I'll talk to some.
That's what I thought.
I'll talk to some former producers and see if there's a way for me to do it from here. I mean, here's the good news, Mark. I could probably figure out a way to do the breaking news sounder. I might disconnect myself so you'll get the sounder, but not me, which could be a good trade for you.
David, I think the only chance for you to do this is if you come up with the sounder and you do it in your voice. And all of a sudden you're going, doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo.
What if I have it on my phone and just put it up to the microphone? Okay, we have breaking news. Dun, 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 dun. So I guess this Sixers Joel Embiid marriage is going to go the distance.
Certainly seems that way.
Man.
3-year extension. Get both hands on the wheel, everybody.
Yeah, you may want to pull over. Actually, we'll give you a couple more seconds.
All right, now that everybody understands, Joel Embiid signed a 3-year extension with the 76ers for $193 million.
64.3 a year. It's an extension. He still has 2 years left on his current deal. This is when you know it's a lot of money. He had a contract for 3 seasons from now, the 26-27 season, that was going to pay him $59 million. He's declining it because it's not enough.
If I've got this right, his new agreement has a player option for the 28-29 season, David. That is for $69.1 million.
Correct. Mark, Joel Embiid is 30, and his birthday is right around March Madness. So the Sixers now will have him locked up for the next 5 seasons. He has 2 more on his existing deal. This is a 3-year extension. So they're getting Embiid through the seasons in which he will be 31, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, he's had some knee issues, some back issues, some health issues. He will, by the way, at the end of the 2029 season, be 35 years old and will have made $515 million. That will, right now, that stands as the 4th most that any player will have pocketed in their career. LeBron, Steph, and I think KD, don't quote me. I know I got 2 of the 3 right. Now, you still got younger guys, Dirk and what have you. They'll pass that. But for right now, it puts him, Paul George will be 3rd, not KD. Paul George, actually, will have made more by the end of this decade than Joel Embiid. So this is it. 5 more years to win a ring. And if he wins one, the Sixers fans like, money well spent. We haven't won since 83. You give me a ring sometime in the rest of this decade, that works.
And if you do the math based on the number of games that Joel Embiid plays in a regular season, this is about $1 million a game.
It could be more even.
Right.
It could be more. Because remember, they basically inserted the whole rule as to minimum number of games you have to play to be eligible for the MVP and the All-NBA. It's because basically Embiid. 65 is the magic number, by the way. He'll be making 64.3 the final 3 years on average.
How many years on this contract does he make more than $1 million a game that he plays?
I would say 2. I would say 2 of those 3 years. Definitely the final year. He'll be making $69 million. No way he plays 69 games at age 35. He's not playing 69 games at age 29. He ain't going to do it at 35. But it's all about the postseason. Give him a title.
This is all about the TV deal.
Yep.
We talked about it as it was going on, explained to you what it was going to do to the salaries in this league, and that you were going to be blown away. This is the first bit of evidence of trying to blow you away with salaries in the NBA.
Now, I'm wondering, will there be a backlash at any point in time? Will the casual fan, because there's a lot of you who have told us that, you're not crazy about the NBA anymore for a variety of reasons. Okay. Will this make you even less crazy? It's funny. Is it too much money? You're okay if a football player makes it. You're okay if a baseball player makes it. But it's the sport with load management that clearly bothers you, that they're making it.
And trust me, it's coming in football sooner than later. The way the cap's going up. I mean, Dak already got paid.
Right.
We'll see Mahomes and Allen get restructured here soon.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. That's our breaking news. Dun, 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 dun.
Well done, David. Very good. I didn't even have to pot that up or down. That was a perfect level.
By the way, it's unbelievable how mediocre this college football schedule is this weekend.
I know.
I mean, look at do you know this? You could argue the second best SEC game is Arkansas at Auburn. I mean, Kentucky's hosting Ohio. I mean, by name, it sounds good. LSU hosting UCLA. UCLA is not very good.
No, I almost took LSU and laid the points in that, and it's a pretty big number.
Missouri's hosting Vandy. A&M's hosting Bowling Green. South Carolina, Akron. Ole Miss, Georgia Southern. Texas, Louisiana, Monroe. I mean, when did this turn into the weekend before, Thanksgiving? Wow. This is Florida, Mississippi State's the third best SEC game on the board.
I don't know. Missouri Vandy's a little better.
Wow. I know it's a cheap
Vandy's
shot,
better than Mississippi State. Missouri's better than Florida. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. It's a better game.
but I mean, North Carolina's got James Madison. Virginia's got Coastal Carolina. Pitt's got Youngstown State. Duke's got Middle Tennessee State. I will say an interesting, your Spartans, I guess we'll find out. I mean, they're 3-0, but if they go to Chestnut Hill and beat Boston College, okay, I'm in. They're not as awful as we thought they were going to be.
Hey, look, it looks like this guy can coach a little bit, and the kid that came with him can spin it, but he also throws some picks. So
Yeah, come to
we'll
think
see
of
what
it,
happens against BC with a dual threat quarterback.
Why did we not take BC and lay 6.5 in this one? It's a night game in Chestnut Hill. Boston College, under the lights, is really good at Chestnut Hill. They've beaten a lot of good teams in prime time. By the way,
David, there's still time for you to add an eighth game.
Well, I'm tempted to, Mark. I'm tempted to. And just for you, buddy, it's on ACC Network. You can watch it.
Outstanding. Think the main TV will be on Oklahoma and Tennessee, however.
All right. A hidden little gem of a game for selfish reasons. Baylor at Colorado. It's a virtual pick 'em. I think Colorado's favored by 1 or 2. We should have, with the trend, if Deion's a favorite, he wins. If he's an underdog, he loses. Maybe we should have bet the Buffs. But Colorado's at UCF in 8 days. And if Colorado wins, there's a really good chance that's going to get a primetime slot on whatever network, whether it's Fox or what have you. So if you're a UCF fan, I know it's a Big 12 game. Root for Colorado to win because you'll probably get prime time on Saturday if they win. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day one. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. It's all coming up here on Miller and Moulton. Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Irish football, it's not more per year. It's a longer, and actually it's not longer because the NFL deal was 11 years also. But it's $7 billion a year is what the NBA is getting. 6.9, $7 billion a year from their TV partners.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes, still the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, the Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. We've made our picks. They're posted, millerandmoulton.com. All right. Mine, be sure to just go the other way. 3-12. Just go the other way. It's September. I suck in September. I'm like that pitcher or hitter who just, April, awful. Weather's got to get warm for me to warm up.
I think you got to start doing something different in August. Different diet, different
what?
Switch from Pepsi to Coke. I don't know. Something.
What? No. No. That has nothing to do. Diet does not
switch your drive-through order up.
Wow. This is I don't know.
When you have a losing streak, you change things up. That's the way it goes.
That's true. No, that's true.
I'm not saying don't continue to go through the drive-through. I'm just saying, if Monday's Chick-fil-A day, maybe make it Wednesday. That's all I'm saying.
How about if I make it really simple? Sit down, do what I normally do, make my picks, and then just flip them.
I've been close to that before. I have.
So Mark's around 500. He's 7-8. So, when you see his picks, if you haven't heard them,
What are you at?
All right. So here are the picks that you go the other way with. I've got
what's your season record so far?
3-12.
3-12.
3-12. Right. I like South Florida getting the 17 against the Canes. So bet Miami. I like Georgia Southern getting 36.5 at Ole Miss. Ole Miss mails one in this week before their conference games start. I like Army laying 6.5 at home against Rice. Army's pretty good and they're a covering machine. Rice is neither. And since I wanted to bet a game that some of you might actually watch, I'm going to take USC and lay the 5 against Michigan. And I think Sharon Moore helped cost his team the game by letting USC know he was changing quarterbacks on Monday. As for Sunday, battle of unbeatens, I'll take the Texans. Lay 2 at Minnesota. I think Justin Jefferson will be severely limited. That will affect the game, although Joe Mixon may be out for Houston. Colts, Bears, desperate Colts team at home. I'll pick them. Lay the 1.5. Desperate Ravens team in Dallas. Come on. Is Baltimore really going to start 0-3? They had the best record in the league last year. Give me the Ravens, lay the point. So
David and I agree. Oh, sorry.
You want to go, fine. You want to bet into that, you be my guest. You go the other way. Knock yourself out.
On Minnesota and Houston.
I know.
I agree with you on Baltimore, and my 3 college games are Syracuse laying 8.5 tonight against Stanford. Indiana laying a big number against Charlotte, but they don't care. They're scoring against everybody. He doesn't take the first team out. He's trying to establish a new regime with the Hoosiers. They're laying 28.5 against a bad Charlotte team, and I like the Vols. I like it at 6.5. That's been bet down from 7.5 to 6.5.
One final thing before you got to do your thing. In all seriousness, Napier's got to win to be the coach on Monday, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. We need to establish that. If this is the worst SEC team not named Vanderbilt in 20 years, which is the 2024 Mississippi State Bulldogs, he's got to win, because to me, it will be obvious, and I don't want to fire him, but if they lose to Mississippi State, that's not a talent thing. That's a team that's quit on its coach thing.
100%. He doesn't make it off the field. And then that means a new president, a new AD, and a new football coach at the University of Florida.
Well, they probably need 2 out of 3, at least.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
You know, you opened me right up to say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And I let it go.
I know.
Anytime to fit Meatloaf into the show, we like to do it, whether it's the singer or the actual entree. 1814, we start. The Star Spangled Banner is published as a song. 1913, at the Country Club, Francis Ouimet wins the 18-hole playoff to win the U.S. Open at 20 years of age. Walter Hagen wins the PGA today in 1924. The Steelers play their first NFL game today in 1933. They were known as the Pirates then. They lost 23-2. The Concession was today in 1969 at Royal Birkdale. In the Ryder Cup, the U.S. and Great Britain tie 16-16 as Nicklaus concedes a 3-foot putt to Tony Jacklin on 18. It was today in 1970 that Jim Morrison was found guilty of open profanity and indecent exposure after allegedly exposing himself at a concert in Miami. Billie Jean King defeats Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes today in 73. The U.S. pounded Great Britain with Arnold Palmer as their non-playing captain today in 75. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap was released today in 1976. That same day, presidential candidate Jimmy Carter's interview in Playboy magazine was released, which included the quote, "I've looked at a lot of women with lust." 1980, George Brett goes 0 for 4, dropping his average below 400 for good. He took that 400 average all the way into deep September. 81 Ryder Cup, we pounded Great Britain again. It was the final Ryder Cup for Nicklaus. He just went 4-0.
He was pretty good.
1984. On NBC was the premiere of The Cosby Show. I know he's a horrible person,
right?
But that show was a monster.
It rescued NBC. NBC was a distant third, and they were struggling. And that began because I think it was on Thursday night. It kind of began NBC's 20-year run of comedies on Thursday night.
And in 2020 at Winged Foot, Bryson DeChambeau wins the U.S. Open. Red Auerbach, Tommy Nobis, Guy Lafleur would have all celebrated birthdays today. Sophia Loren is 90. Race car driver Juan Pablo Montoya is 49, and hockey player John Tavares is 31 years old today. I'm sorry, 34 years old today. Bad math. Did I miss anything, David?
Little this, little that. The first Cannes Film Festival was today in 46. Did you have that?
No.
Yeah, I don't think that's a biggie for our audience. I will say Kennedy, tragically only 2 months before his death, but he, when relations were really bad between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, doubled down, tripled down on his, hey, we should do a joint mission to the moon, the two of us, which was pretty good considering just the year before we had the Cuban Missile Crisis. But I think some of us of a certain age will remember this. Remember when Louganis hit his head?
Yes.
In the Seoul Olympics of 88?
Yep.
And barely qualified to compete in the medal round? Yeah, he today was the day that he came back and he won gold anyway. The big gash in his head.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to British Columbia for the good, where a pair of pigs were on the loose for 2 days. They were wandering neighborhoods and were spotted near an elementary school, leading police and animal control and multiple rescue groups to respond. Apparently, the first pig was caught easily, but the second pig took about 30 minutes to catch in front of the elementary school, and the kids were going nuts. The kids were cheering, "Go, pig, go, pig, go," as the animal rescuers tried to wrangle the pig. The pigs were wrangled and taken to the Piggly Wiggly Sanctuary while officials attempted to identify their owner. For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, where an SUV was found parked on top of a dumpster.
Wow.
It was perfectly balanced on top of a dumpster at a construction site for a new apartment complex off of East Point Drive. Apparently, construction workers said the car was parked in the way of a job site, so one of them thought it would be a good idea to move it, lifted it out of the way with the forklift. Later that afternoon, the car was moved, found parked neatly in a spot like nothing had ever happened with no visible damage.
I got to admit, as somebody who worked construction, there's some of the stuff that we did. We never did that, but I can see that happening, though. You show up at a site and it's not the way it's supposed to. Get this thing out of here. Move it. Well, find the owner. No, just move the damn car.
For the ugly, we go to Tallahassee, where 2 Tallahassee residents have been accused of catching a baby alligator, keeping it alive in a cooler to eat later at home. 2 men were charged with a misdemeanor for taking or possessing any alligator without a license. One of their family members called FWC, saying the relative had caught the baby alligator the night before and had been keeping it in a cooler in the yard ever since. The 2 were arguing over eating it. When FWC officers arrived, they took the alligator into possession and released it back into the lake. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, September 20th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. A $10,000 signing bonus for any new officers. That's capecops.com.
Obviously, everybody's playing tonight in Major League Baseball. For what it's worth, Rays hosting the Blue Jays. They're Red Sox, Rays, and Blue Jays battling for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But Marlins hosting the Braves. Their final 3 home games of the year, and they're big for the Braves. And the Braves have not done a good job in the last month of beating up on the below 500 teams, and the Mets have. And that's why the Mets have a 2-game lead on them. Braves need to beat up on the Marlins while the Mets are battling the Phillies, and Atlanta has to hope that if Philly wins 2 of the next 3 games, they'll clinch the division, for what that's worth. But Tigers in Baltimore. Orioles 4 behind the Yankees. They're the 4 seed right now. Tigers tied with the Twins for the 6 seed. Minnesota's in Boston. If you're the Tigers, you just want to get through this weekend tied.
Absolutely. 100%. If they could figure out a way to get 2 or 3 against Baltimore, it would be outstanding.
I mean, the Twins do host the Marlins, but then they finish by hosting the Orioles for 3, which will be interesting because Yankees may have already clinched the division. Will Baltimore be locked in as the 4? It'll be interesting. You still have the easier schedule if you're Detroit, but that may not be as vaunted as it looks on paper, if you know what I mean. College football tonight.
I like Nebraska. I don't know about the number. Pretty big number.
What's it, 7?
Yes.
7, and I've even seen 7.5.
7.5 as well.
Yeah.
That kind of freaked me out.
So that's 8 o'clock on Big Fox. Stanford and Syracuse is 7:30 on the 4-letter network. What's Syracuse, about 8.5?
8.5.
And if you need to, you're not ready to go to bed yet. You need to bet something to try to make some money back. 10 o'clock on the CW, San Jose State and Washington State. So there you go. That's your college football tonight.
And David, NHL preseason starts tomorrow night.
Unbelievable.
September 21st, there are NHL preseason games. Oh, my goodness. That doesn't seem too early or anything.
I mean, the Panthers won the Cup on June 24th.
And they're playing on Sunday.
It's less than 3 months after winning the Cup. That's how short the offseason is. Wow. So there you have it.
Joel Embiid got paid $193 million 3-year extension. Aaron Rodgers looked really good last night, and Shohei Ohtani was amazing.
I think he just homered again and drove in 2 more. Wow. So hopefully the football delivers better than it looks on paper, quite frankly. College schedule, I mean, you got USC, Michigan, you got Tennessee, Oklahoma.
Right.
But it's tough to find that upset, that Northern Illinois Notre Dame upset this week. Is there one out there? And how many of the 9 0-2 NFL teams win this weekend? Have a great weekend. Thanks for listening.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Coming up Monday on Miller and Moulton, we'll look back at a weekend of football with the NFL and NCAA. Coming up Monday on Miller and Moulton, we'll look back on a weekend of football. Did the Dolphins get it done in Seattle, and did Tampa take care of business at home? What about the Jags? We look forward to their Monday night game against Buffalo. Miller and Moulton, Monday, 6 a.m.
shut the door.